the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the logos. Become an agent of the logos. We are the agents of the logos.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It is a free-for-all Friday. Seems like everybody's elsewhere, but that's all right. It is a free-for-all Friday, so if anybody does want to come in and have a chat about strange events within the arena. I think there's some hard times coming for people, particularly within the talky bit. Yeah. So if anybody does want to come in, have a chat, that's what we're here for. And Friday is a day for, well, other people. It does happen to be International Women's Day. If you didn't know, you do now. You have to do something special for your for the ladies.
Is it actual Women's Day, or is it like, Women's Day?
Yeah, it's just International Women's Day, right? So
I just couldn't confirm if it was, like a real, like, biological Women's Day.
No, it's debatable, Kevin, at the moment.
Oh, see, that's unfortunate, isn't it?
Yeah, because you'll see like the women that win awards and things might not have originally been women. You know,
Oh,
that
you
kind
mean
of thing.
they may not have started that way?
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we
We've
did hear
got
that there's a lot more psychopaths who have become women. I don't know. I don't know how exactly you
no,
say
no, no,
that.
no, no. Tell the truth, Bev. If you listen to the news, women are becoming way more violent and committing way more violent crimes.
Yeah, because there's a lot more psychopathic
Hmm.
women than originally
Yes,
thought. But I
absolutely.
think
Yeah.
the shift has gone. There's more women, and I don't know whether the percentage of women has gone up. It's an equal shift in the opposite direction. I don't know.
I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but
That
hey
would be
ho.
my guess. Since it is Free for All Friday, I'll say that would be my guess. Is maybe up a couple percentage points than it used to be.
Yeah,
This is what I'm
Hmm.
guessing.
Hmm.
yeah. I don't
All
know
those violent
the other
women
way
out there.
round
Oh,
because, well, I don't know. I don't want to comment. No comment. So Emma's in charge today.
no, I am not.
Well, we're all at Emma's beck and call, right? So if Emma says that's enough of that,
That's
move on,
that's a lie.
change it, whatever. I mean, this is your day.
Anything
Yeah.
Emma wants to talk about or not talk about.
I don't have much of the day left. You could have told me at like 7 a.m. this morning.
Well, we did.
I could have.
You decided to sleep.
Well, yeah, it's International Women's Day. What else are you supposed to do?
So yeah, we've not got anything planned at all, really. I've got a little conversation that we went over earlier today. It does actually have women in it. A woman, actually. No, actually, there's more, isn't there? There was quite a
Is
few.
that
Yeah,
not me though? Because I
three.
refuse
No,
to go
you.
in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just wished my wife a happy International Women's Day, and she said, "Sweet, what's my prize?"
Um,
I
box of
should have
chocolates on
said
the way
tea.
home.
Yeah. So, we did go into 24/7 earlier on this morning, like we always do. I get up early, and there's not many. I didn't say I get up early. I get up in the morning, and there's not much going on. So we go into a server called the Politics channel. Yeah, politics server it is. It's quite a big server in Discord, where you can talk about multiple different topics. And since we're in the arena of, well, I don't know. I think the people that really get upset about us, or the way I've decided to research, is within the paracosm of Earth shape. So we went over there to have a conversation, and don't know, it seems really strange to me, because some of the conversations that you hear have developed from something else into, well, I don't know, it's so strange, the conversations. We obviously have a slightly different idea of what we talk about here on the level than what is discussed in other servers. I suppose that's one of the things, isn't it? Well, like when you go to other places, you have to deal with their topics or whatever. I don't know what to call it. Like their styles, their rules,
Kind of
of
when it,
engagement.
yeah, kind of when in Rome, you do as the Romans do,
Yeah,
sort of thing.
but I'm quickly coming to the end of my particular involvement with this group of people. Seems like after being in this for what, it's nearly 6 years now? I can't remember. It's about that, isn't it?
Oof, I've lost count. It's been such wonderful times around this arena. It's just flown by,
Just
apparently.
pick a year. We'll do the math.
Yeah.
6 years would
think
be
it
2018. Is probably earlier than that.
I think it was like
No, I think
2019.
Yeah, 18, 19 was when we
Yeah.
started on Discord. So it'd be about that sort of time, I think. I know you started a little bit earlier than me on Discord, but not much. It's been a really weird journey, but I've come to realize a lot of things. And just recently, I've realized that the journey that we've been on to gain the proofs that we've gained, and how we've resolved some of the conversations and the topics within it are pretty unique. I don't think anybody, most people within it have done that. In this conversation that you're going to hear, if that, unless somebody wants to come in and have a conversation, we will be going over this. And in that, I'm talking to Miggy, and he was in 24/7 when we first started, and you'll hear he's not aware. He's definitely not been on the same sort of journey that we have. It's very strange.
No, he's tied to 24/7, isn't he? He always has been.
Yeah. Well, there's a
part
weird
of the
dynamic
crew.
going on. Yeah. Over there in this politics server with people.
Yeah, the old school, like the top 24/7 lot, which is all the mods, and now they've taken over. It's the same, like 24/7 in the politics server is a mini 24/7.
I would say so. Is that Elderbear coming in? Like I say, we went over there, and over the last few days, weeks, whatever, we've noticed that there's new shadow giants being made, or I don't know whether you could call them shadow giants. You could call them shadow casters, I suppose. They've been given these things to hold, to cast the shadows for people. And we've been watching that, and this we're going to go over today, Women's Day, is they've handed the reins to a woman on Women's Day. Probably a really strange opening to it. So do you want to get into it? Do you want to?
We might as well.
Doesn't seem like we've got much else to do.
I'm still working.
Okay. Right, well, there won't be any visuals to go on with this because I think it goes messed up. Discord's messing us about. Move that over there. Okay. Let me tell me whether you can hear this.
Feel comfortable speaking.
Can you hear that?
We can.
Okie dokie. So, there's no visuals, so I can't show you anything. It's just going to be sound. And this is Flatsy Klein, I think her name is. You'll know her better as the super chat person from QE, and she's being handed the shadows to cast. She's been handed arguments. So here we go.
I think you have to do it justice. I think she says super chat, doesn't she?
Yeah,
Something like that.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Super
All right.
chat.
Good.
Is it loud enough? Does that sound okay? What the level?
Feel comfortable speaking to you at all. It's nothing
Works
personal.
for me.
Good luck.
You brought a pie. You brought pie.
By the way, dang man, I'm actually banned from the chat, so I can't
I can't answer you in chat.
Well, no, it's fine. I was just asking it for your.
So, yeah, I don't know. Catch you up. They've been having a conversation about whether mathematics was invented or discovered, and Flatsy mentioned about pi being the circumference of a circle, and obviously we here have dealt with pi and know that isn't true. The circumference of the circle is the circumference. This is Patsy.
Your sake, I think it's a good example.
Okay, let me look.
I mean, the question's been about what's been discovered and what's been invented through language or through mathematics. Just following that, I just wondered about that.
Why don't the Bev Earthers just please enlighten us on pi?
Well said, Fluffy. You read my mind.
I was just asking about it and wondered
What's a Bev Earther? I'm sorry. Some of these terms are weird. New.
That was the first time we heard it. Well, it's not the first time we've ever heard that, but Flatsy, the super chat girl from QE, has obviously heard this from other people. And we get into the conversation now about... wants us to answer about pi. Gets a little bit heated.
Thought was on it. That was all. I'm not,
Please define a Bev Earther for us before I answer.
So why don't the Bev Earthers tell us what pi is?
Please define a Bev Earther before we answer.
Do I have to? Because Bev and Elder Bear are clearly Bev Earthers.
Could I get clarification on that? Because I've been in you guys have been my brothers and sisters for about a month.
Hang on, Bev. Hang on. Did the first thing did she just say Bev and Elder Bear are clearly Bevites?
Bev Earthers.
Oh, she said Bev.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't even. What's a Bev Earther?
Well, like we say.
That's what we're trying to get to.
The Earth is not flat. And the Earth is definitely not Bev. So, I don't know. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Why are they insistent on putting people into little categories, teams?
No, I call this a bigoted behaviour. I think this is how bigots show that they are bigots.
Because that was just a straight away. There's nothing else to it. That's all she has to say.
No definition of it. There's no understanding of it. It's just something that
it's just a name
to do.
Yeah, it's designed to make you look bad and then to just shut you down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to cause some sort of ruckus to take us away. Because don't forget, Flatsy said that the pi is the circumference of a circle. To which, I just missed it. The one that I said it's not. That's all we said. And Flatsy's now doing this. This is...
I don't know what a Bev Earther is.
Yeah, well, that's Bev and Elder Bear. They're Bev Earthers.
What is that?
By the way, Flatsy, hold on, Elder Bear. Flatsy, I got in with him last night.
This is Skinny Vet. He's the new Shadowcaster in training. So both of the new Shadowcasters in training, Skinny Vet and Flatsy, are working together as a team, as they're meant to do, to obfuscate whatever it is that she's meant to be doing.
With him last night. He's not alone in here.
What is a Bev Earther? Please explain what that is.
Bear, that's you.
But what is that? What is that?
What
Somebody who asked about pi is a Bev Earther. Come on, explain.
Why don't you explain pi?
I can call you a QE Earther, Flatsy. All right? Super chat. I can call you a QE Earther, okay? Was that, is that what you want?
I
Would
love
you
it.
would that adequately describe you as a person and your questions?
Does it?
Well,
Do,
I'm
does
asking you.
it say
You want to put it onto other people.
describe me as
Chat.
a person?
Super fluid.
Oh, we're fucking here again, and we're fucking here 2 times in one fucking person and saying how fucking.
Right now is Skinny Vet coming in again. Very aggressive.
Very aggressive. Is this the guy that is trying to get a mod position, and
Yeah,
he's going
obviously
out of his way to like jump in and be a moderator?
He doesn't just want to be a moderator. He wants to be one of these shadow casters. This is the role, and Flatsy as well is in training.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're doing.
But if say, because he's a flat earther, right? If a globe earther had just done what she had done to the flat earthers, he'd call it out. But instead, she's got herself into a little bit of bother by saying something that she can't back up, she can't explain. And because she's being asked to explain it, he then has to jump in and say, "Oh, no, mustn't do that."
You're picking on her, he's saying. Like,
picking on
Flatsy.
I'm sorry. I think the way that she began the conversation, that that was not being picked on. You were asking for clarification on her being a bigot.
I was just asking what a Bev Earther is, right? That's both of us. That's all we were doing, was asking what it was. And now Skinny Vet's coming out as if we're harassing Flatsy.
That you're doing the wrong thing by asking her to like stand behind what she's just said.
Mm-hmm.
And she can't do it, but she needs Skinny Vet. I mean, what a name, Skinny Vet. To come in and go, "Oh no, you can't do that. That's mean."
Yeah, Skinny and Elderbear have obviously had a few conversations, and that becomes apparent. So Skinny's reacting to Elderbear at the minute. Just his name is enough to trigger this sort of a response.
Has the Earth measured flat, and the water's not fucking flat because there's fucking waves, and the Earth isn't flat because there's fucking mountains. It's the same fucking shit again.
He sounds really upset.
People who ask
motherfucker.
questions.
Wow.
That's a Bev Earther. People who ask questions about how it's measured flat, according to Skinny, but in his own way of doing it.
Asked about pi.
By the way, stop ganging up on Flatsy. Stop ganging up on Flatsy, because that's what's pissing me off right now.
Stop ganging up on Flatsy. Flatsy called us Bev Earthers, and we just asked what is a Bev Earther. This is typical 24/7 behavior.
And by the way, she gave false answer, because she said that Elderbear is Bev Earther, and you, of course. But the question was, what is Bev Earther, and not who is Bev Earther.
Yeah.
So that's incorrect answer.
It's almost like they don't have an answer.
Yeah.
It's just a thing to throw out there, just to get you to shut up.
Yeah,
but they
people
can't
who
explain
ask
it.
questions, right? And if you ask these questions, the ones that are never answered, if you ask that, then you're going to be called a Bev Earther too, right? This is bigotry. This is how bigotry is started.
Can they not see like how ironic it is that they moan when the Globers do it to them, but yet it's like a bully, being bullied and then going on to bully someone else.
They've taken on this label that we just won't take on, right? They've taken on this flat thing, and we just say it's not flat. I mean, look,
it's not flat.
Hang on. And because you won't take that label, you're public enemy number one.
Mm-hmm. But it's all of the labels they want to throw at you. If you won't take them, then they'll just make up a new label for you, just to shut you down.
Yeah. It's quite funny, really, because not that we're really bothered about it. It's just the way that they've chosen this method to not answer questions. even when they bring it up, right? Flatsy made a mistake about what pi is because somebody's misrepresented pi when they told Flatsy. But Flatsy doesn't want to learn from that. Flatsy just wants to try this, calling us Bev Earthers instead of, you know, going over what was the mistake that she made. How would it be better? How could she better say it? That doesn't get to happen.
Getting up or not?
Who are you, Skinny? You're nobody. You're the bouncer. Shut up.
I love it. I honestly love when
Come on,
I'm being
Flatsy. Are you a QE earther?
No, am I a QE earther? Do you think
Yes,
I
are you a QE earther?
do? I
Because you
have
hang
an
out with QE and you shout super chat. Does that
elder
adequately describe
bear?
you?
I
Do
think
you
Rob
think
wants to
that
come
I
in,
have any
unless
kind
he's
of
hot micing.
identity?
Is he?
Yeah,
No,
Rob, you there?
No, I wasn't hot, my guy. It could have waited. Because she's a super fan of those QEs, she has to attack you.
Well, I think it's because they can't answer the questions. Really, that's, you know, we ask the questions that they can't answer. And in order to get away from it looking like that they can't answer it, they try these other tactics, obfuscation. It's the same tactics that the Globe guys have done and the same tactics that Nathan and all of those have done. And the 24/7 guys or whatever. It's been a long practice thing. This journey that we've been on has allowed us to be able to see it, but I don't know who else can. Because you often get in the heat of battle, if you will. The fog of war? Well, I think that's where these people are in the midst of this. And it's quite easily for you to also do this when you're involved in it. Takes a little bit of experience to be able to just stand back, see what's going on.
Outside of that?
Well, you just said, what's a
Of
Bev
course you
Earther
do.
then?
Of course you do.
What's a Bev Earther? You brought this here,
Yeah, but
not
I'm
me.
asking you, Elder Bear, do you think that I have any other identity outside of
You
that?
think you brought that. Who do you think I have any other identity?
You
Are you
only
Hey,
talking
have
about
Elder,
Bev
one.
Earther?
stop fucking talking over
Nothing to
Flatsy.
do
She's
with you.
highly ranked, so stop
I
talking
don't.
over her.
See, that Skinny there comes in. She's highly ranked. Stop talking over her. That's ideal sort of behaviour that from Skinny, right? He won't be long before Skinny's holding the mute button and doing this with the mute button in hand. He'll be an ideal person. Introduction to this arena.
Hang on. Where do you rank, Skinny? Who gave you the ranks? Where does this ranking come from? Hey? Who
I'm
gave
fucking
you a
well below
rank?
her, and I don't talk.
Yeah.
I don't talk over Flatsy. You are, so shut the fuck up and don't talk over it. Just like you won't with Alpha, just like you won't with Jedi, just like you won't with AJ, just like you won't with fucking Jedi. Any of them. Do not fucking talk over it.
Look, that's the list of all of the people that outrank Skinny Vet. He's just told you. All of the people over there.
Flatsy, please go ahead.
Just a bouncer on the door. And this place will be a hell of in the worst position if they ever give you more.
Pardon? Sorry.
Did you get round to the ranking system? Like who decides who is ranked at the top?
Well, it's people like Skinny, isn't it, that, you know, puts these ranking systems. He's just listed them there. AJ, you'll notice, was one of them. And I don't believe AJ's actually over there, is he? Don't know. AJ's the guy that brought Skinny Vet in. He opened the door. He's a friend.
I don't even know who AJ is, to be fair.
Oh. Well, he must have be quite highly ranked because he's just been placed.
I don't,
in there.
unless he's changed his name, I don't recognise it from when we were at 24/7.
No, well, I don't know who any of these people. They're just names, aren't they? And the way everybody changes their names and changes who they are. Like now, Miggy is now Alpha Veritas.
Mod powers, man.
I would
All
just
right,
like
you're
to
just a bouncer.
Shut
Flatsy
up
dead.
and let Flatsy talk,
Shut up,
you gamma
Skinny.
piece of
Shut
shit.
up, Skinny.
Shut up.
Shut
Let
up.
her talk. Let her talk. Let her fucking
Flatsy
talk.
described a
Flatsy,
bev earther. I asked what was a bev
Flatsy,
earther.
please.
say,
Shut up.
okay, Bev
Shut up,
Earther,
Skinny.
Elder, do you say anything outside of what Bev Try Thinking says?
Yeah.
Or do
Of
you
course he
think that
I have
does,
an
I
engine.
Flatsy.
I
Come
have an.
on.
I have an engine.
I'm not done.
I have an engine. Flatsy. I have.
Like, see, again, Flatsy's making assumptions there, right?
So,
Very weird.
following her logic, she thinks that anyone in here has no thoughts of their own. It's just all Bev's thoughts that we regurgitate. Okay? Right. By her own logic, she sat in a room full of 24/7 people. Does that mean that she doesn't have any thoughts of her own? It's just 24/7 thoughts.
I would say that she's projecting because she has QE thoughts only, I think. So
Short
she's
and
repeating after QE, and then she is projecting the same behavior on us, let's say.
my short answer would be yes, Emma. That's she is that way, so everyone else has to be that way, right? I mean, that's another human condition, right?
This is
Everybody thinks everybody's the
unbelievable.
same as them.
This is unbelievable. I was hoping to hear like more women, being able to have a voice in this topic. But I mean, this is ridiculous. If this is the best that you can do to have this woman who cannot say anything logical and just is insulting other people who are asking her questions and asking her to explain herself, wow, really? And this is who is top ranked
in training, I think.
Yes, she will be better, even better.
Yeah, after
I'm
this,
sure
she'll be able to
get,
tell everybody that she went up against the Bev Earthers.
I'm sure she will get very, very good at saying super chat in very stupid ways.
An engine management
anyway,
like.
Oh, go on. Sorry.
No, I would just say I try and keep it not so catty, but sometimes it's a little bit difficult when you're listening to like people like that.
This is quite good, Elderbert, saying stuff that I wouldn't say.
On my car, the OBD code is PO2EO2. Okay, that Bev Earther language.
Yeah.
Can you solve that for me? Can Bev solve that for me?
You never say that.
My engine management light on my car. In reality,
things. You never say those things inside of these chat forums.
nobody's interested in my OBD code on here. I just
Okay.
asked a question about pi, and I asked a question about pi. What's wrong with that? And you said you brought Bev Earther here. So what has pi got to do with Bev Earther, and what is a Bev Earther? Describe it, please.
You're a fucking bad earther because you sound exactly like.
That's Skinny again. He's a brilliant help, isn't he? You can tell when people need support like that.
It sounds like he thinks Flatsy can't stand up for herself. Seems a bit sexist to me, this guy. But that's just me. Emma, what do you think? I mean, if one of us chimed in for you all the time and you couldn't answer, what would you think?
I'd be asking you politely to stop doing that because it is quite annoying. Because I'm quite capable of answering any question that anyone has for me. But it seems that maybe she's not, and she needs that at the moment. Maybe she'll get better, like Paper said. She'll learn. She'll get trained up.
It might not be that it's a woman, right? It might just be that Skinny Vet is in training, and what he does is he comes in to obfuscate anyone that he sees under pressure. Just at this time, it happens to be Flatsy.
Yeah, he does it all the time.
Yeah.
But it's an extra thing. So in his mind, he's playing the macho alpha male, right, all day. And with that role comes if a woman's, you have to just protect her. It doesn't matter if she's saying stupid shit. You must protect her because she's on your team.
Yeah.
Which I kind of, I kind of admire the sentiment, but at the same time, you're taking it too far because she should be able. She's a grown woman. She should be able to
She's
answer
the
for
one that
herself.
started with the Bev Earther, right? If she comes out with it first, then she should be able to define what it is. She's the one that's using it. Bigot.
You stop talking over Flatsy, Skinny. Stop talking over Flatsy. Be quiet.
I'm talking over you, dick sucker.
He's
Shut
big
the
enough.
fuck up.
He's more skinnier than you are.
Shut
you know
up.
that.
You'll have to,
She's much more senior.
Up and stop talking over Flatsy. Or I'm going to get Alpha in here, or I'm going to get Jedi in here, or I'm going to get someone in here, and they're going to fucking mute you.
See, there you go. He's going to get all of the big
I'm gonna
boys
call
in
in them.
to tell them to
I'm
mute
gonna
you.
call him. Yeah, I'm gonna call him my big brothers because I don't have any power.
Yeah, my superiors. I'm going to call in those superiors that outrank me to come and press the mute button. I don't think Jedi has. I don't think Miggy has the mute button either. Don't.
Flatsy, stop talking over her, and you can stay in. If you don't stop talking over Flatsy, I'm going to get him in here to fucking ban you.
See, I think this is what they do. They've got this style. We've noticed Nathan Oakley's over there at Earth Awakenings, and they've got this thing where if you're a moderator, you're not allowed to be a moderator and be in the conversation. So to get around that, Skinny Vet here is telling you the tactics that they have. They get somebody else to mute you rather than them doing it. And yeah, this is the tactics. This is how they do it.
It's that simple. Don't talk over Flatsy.
Flatsy.
We need
Skinny has been bad mouthing QE all week, all right? So you shouldn't take much notice of him white knighting for you, okay?
Yeah, I don't care.
No, well, I don't care either. But what's a Bev Earther? Please describe.
Those people who speak the same rhetoric as Bev.
What is that rhetoric?
Yeah, that you can't seem to define anything.
It's a term used by bigots, I believe.
No,
Can you do any better than that, Flatsy?
I want to say this. Bev Earthers will
Is it
not.
because I'm circumcised or something?
No.
Will that help you?
No, it's only because you won't take into account horizontal with vertical.
Yeah, do you hear that? You won't take into account horizontal with vertical. I mean, what's that?
What?
Yeah. Does it make any sense at all, that?
No, not
No.
That's what a Bev Earther is.
Blatant lie. That's a blatant lie.
Well, it just goes to show that Flatsy knows absolutely nothing about what we do here. Nothing at all.
What are you talking about?
You don't even know what that means, Flatsy. Come on.
I do. I understand.
Flatsy, I would just stop talking. Just stop giving him what he wants entirely. I'm trying.
There you go. There's another woman coming in.
Oh, who's that?
That one's called Sydney.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the other 24/7 pet. Yeah, she's a proper 24/7. I feel bad because hopefully one day she'll get to the point that I did after she's been through some stuff and had her eyes opened. Maybe she'll see things differently, but at the moment she's under the spell of
Well, they're
Team
the
24/7.
high-ranking female members, aren't they? I mean, of which there aren't enough women in this arena, and I presume it's because of people like this.
Most sensible women wouldn't hang around. Okay, you just don't. I mean, I'm only here because I'm here, right, in this Discord. I do this because I like the people in here. I'm not interested in the argument. But the kind of people who are interested in the argument, women-wise, are not maybe the top quality. That you get to a point and you would just go, yeah, this isn't for me. I'm out of here. But the ones that stay, I don't know. You make your own mind up.
Yeah, you want to be careful because you're still in here as well. It's weird. I don't know what makes people want to stay in this entire arena to start off with. I've only stayed in here because I seriously had to research some things.
Did I mistaken or mishear? Did she say that Bev Earthers are the ones that don't like to define things?
They don't take horizontal and vertical into account.
But didn't she say right before that they don't like to define things or something like that?
Yeah. Yes.
So, well, and both are obviously lies because how many times have we been called pedantic, semantic, and we talk about the relationship of vertical and horizontal so much so that a lot of people get bored of
Bev,
it.
will you stop going on about level and horizontal? We've heard it all before.
I just heard a guy 2 days ago, berate Bev for being a pedantic prick or something like that.
Yeah.
Splitting hairs, Bev.
You can't be right for being
And they like to. Well, yeah. Well, they like, and they were even saying that they like to generalize terms, and you're being just super hyper specific about stuff, and it's like now they're saying you just don't like to define stuff.
Yeah, I learned my trade at the beginning on Twitter, and you only had 160 characters, and you to make sure that there were no mistakes, because if there were, that's all you'd be talking about for the next 2 weeks. So yeah, that's why I'm the way I am. But I mean, I guess I was a bit like that before anyway. Try not to make mistakes, try and be as precise as you can, and obviously the advanced simplicity comes in. Try and make it as simple as you can and be as direct as you can. But Flatsy's explaining here.
It's not. I just asked about pi. Flatsy brought this problem. Flatsy brought this problem here. Flatsy did. It's all on her shoulders. She brought a Bev Earther. All right. She brought that to the room. Nobody else. She created this.
Yeah.
So she can explain what that is because that's what's happening.
Can we go back to the
People are being sent into exile because of the mouth of people like Flatsy. So she should explain what that is.
Okay, so do you
Stop getting emotional, bro, and have an actual
Nothing to
conversation?
do with you either.
Everybody
Not
just
talking
stop
to you.
getting emotional, please.
Talk. He won't let me talk.
He won't let him talk. Who is that? Somebody else just put it in.
Who was interrupting?
Yeah, I don't know who
was
that
not
was.
interrupting Flatsy.
Well, we're not all 12 years old. Everybody on any side, like everybody.
What's your rank, Sydney? Come on, Flatsy. You can talk.
I'm trying.
Those are irrelevant questions, bro. If you're not going to go back on topic, then I suggest you just mute yourself.
Somebody else just cut Flatsy off, not Elder Bear.
Skinny told me about the ranking system, so I'm just trying to understand what that is. Come on, Flatsy. You can talk about what a Bev Earther is. Describe it, please.
Who said something about a ranking system?
See, ranking system now. We got a deflection into something else. They've been trained very well to be able to deflect, and Elder Bear is still quite new to this. He opened a door for them, so obviously
Skinny.
They're all jumping in.
He says that people are senior to him, and he was brought in by a certain person into this. He was enrolled, employed.
Yeah.
So that tells me there's a structure.
Thanks.
And then I question the structure and wonder what's that about. So anyway,
I'm going to start questioning that too. What is the structure?
Let's get back to Bever.
Yeah, I'm going to start questioning that too really quick, though. What is that structure? Who brought in Skinny Vet? I'd like to know.
Well, he told me AJ brought him in.
Oh, yeah, that's just his friend in real life. So, yeah.
Well,
Skinny Vet's a good guy.
Just keep on Bev Earther. Let's not get lost.
Elder Bear.
That's the point.
Elder Bear.
Have you tried asking Bev what he thinks, and then you might be able to
see this. I've just had a message. It appears I've been banned. Been banned.
Where have you been banned from?
I've been banned from the politics server, from that room. I've been
Oh,
banned
do you know what?
from the 24/7 room. Somebody's listening, aren't they?
Somebody's listening.
Yeah.
Somebody's annoyed. So the audience should say hello to whoever it is.
Hi,
Maybe it's
guys.
Skinny Vet.
Yeah.
Skinny
Well,
Vet's
no,
gone back
Skinny
and
Vet
said,
can't mute me. He can't do that. So yeah, this is you notice that I've not said much other than going over this video of Flatsy calling us a Bev Earther. Seems to have got us banned
me.
from that room, so we
You
can't go in there over the weekend.
You should be banning me.
Yeah.
But there's no point because I don't go in there anyway. So carry on.
Yeah. It's all right. I'll go into some other rooms to give us a chance to have a chat.
Yeah,
with
we'll
other
go
people.
into another room. Yeah,
Okay.
that's
There's
fine.
plenty of other rooms though.
I'll actually come over then if you go in another room as well.
Yeah, tomorrow morning when we get up. Oh, actually, I think I might try and Twitter. I might try a Twitter in the morning.
Stop. You're just trying to obfuscate. Come on, Flatsy. Explain what a Bev Earther is. You've got the room.
An explanation. You seem to be able to go off on your own rants with Bev's backing.
No, I'm here alone. I'm here alone.
He's also not talking while you're going off.
Hang on. But you repeat what QE says, but nobody calls you a QE card.
Do I repeat everything QE says? Do I?
A lot, yes. I've heard you in training here too. So don't worry, Flatsy. I heard you go through your training process as well.
Oh my gosh. Give me an example.
An example?
Yeah, when you were just practicing Miggy's 3 questions 2 or 3 months
we're
ago.
getting off topic here.
Yeah, ever.
Let's get back on topic. Like,
it was a question asked about pi, if you remember. I said I would answer it if Flatsy could tell me what a Bev Earther is, because it seems to me like it's a term used by bigots that just want to label people.
No, you guys are the ones who will come in here and you'll be some sort of, you have some sort of a superiority complex.
No.
Like,
yeah, there you go. There's another one. We've got a superiority complex.
And she has maybe inferiority complex.
Well, I mean, I don't know what a Bev Earther is. I mean, like, she's the one that's labelled us Bev Earthers. All we've asked is, what the fuck is a Bev Earther? And now that's somebody with a superiority complex, apparently.
It's just insult on insult on. Is that all you have, Flatsy? Is that it? Just insulting people who ask you questions and ask you to explain things. I mean, it happens a lot. It's not just, we shouldn't pick on Flatsy, really, but it works well with International Women's Day. It's all of them. They all act like this.
This is how they shut down the conversation. They say something, we ask them to clarify it or say, no, that's not correct. And this is what happens, right? It turns into like they think we've got a superiority complex, but I don't want people to get misinformed. So it would help if we could have a conversation about it.
Well, I don't think Flatsy understands that our history in all of this either. Like, she's just taking it as you're a person who just goes in and asks questions and doesn't pick a team. They don't like it. She doesn't know the history. Otherwise, I don't think she'd be saying half the stuff. Flatsy, love, maybe do a little bit of research and see, how long Bev's been around, what's happened. We used to be on QE shows just like you, Flatsy, at one point. And now here we are.
Yeah, we did a demonstration for Nathan of a test that it would happen, that Pat Flatsy would have been useful for Flatsy to hear it. When you hear bit later on.
I will say one thing. I never called out super chat like that ever.
Everything needs to be defined like you want it defined instead of the way it is defined.
Yeah, well, you said about pi that it was a relationship. Well, you said it was the circumference.
Circle? No, to a circle. Yes, it's
right.
a
Well,
circumference.
it's not.
Like,
it's a ratio.
To a circle.
It's the ratio of the
And
diameter to the circumference of every circle.
Okay, so give me what you're saying that is disputing what I said.
Please tell me what a Bev Earther is first. Is it somebody who knows that pi is a ratio between the diameter and the circumference of a circle? Is that a Bev Earther?
Contention what I said about it being relative to a circle and the circumference. So you need to tell me where I was wrong and why I don't understand and why I would even consider you being some sort of other outside source other than a flat earther, globe earther. I called you a bev earther because you want to define things your own way.
You want to separate us. That's not my way of defining what pi is.
You
That's
did that
literally what
yourself,
pi
not
is.
me. Not me. You did that.
I did what?
Separate yourself.
There you go. I've separated myself. Flatsy, a Bev Earther is something that I've done, apparently. You know how I've separated myself? By saying the Earth's not flat. That's all right. I guess there's a lot of people like that. No, I didn't. I just speak of reality, right?
Did somebody butt hurt you because you said flat Earth?
Bev, I have a kind of like a maybe like an intellectual question.
Did somebody butt hurt you because you said flat Earth? I mean, listen to that. Listen to it.
Bev, I have a kind of.
Where's it back here?
Let's not forget that there's no such thing as just saying the word earther is a ridiculous word.
Yeah, I think that's everyone, right?
Well, I mean, what? Yeah, just the grammar of.
Oh. I think are you driving? Cutting in and out.
Yeah.
We're not quite getting it. Let me find this while you.
Not me. You did that.
There you go.
Your own way.
You want to separate us. That's not my way of defining what pi is.
You
That's
did that
literally what
yourself,
pi
not
is.
me. Not me. You did that.
I did what?
Separate yourself.
No, I didn't.
Because
I just speak of reality, right?
Did somebody butt hurt you because you said flat Earth?
Did somebody butt hurt you because you said flat Earth? Said the Earth's not flat. I don't get it.
Bev, I have a kind of like a maybe like an intellectual question for you. Like so pi is the number that it is.
No. Pi
Okay.
is a ratio.
And the ratio is just.
Well, it's also an irrational number. Like you can't.
It's not actually a number. You don't know what the number is. You can't give me the last digit.
You're right.
No, that's
You're
why
right.
it's irrational. That's why
Yes.
it's irrational.
Yes.
You're right.
It's an irrational number.
Does that sit true in the same way that prime numbers sit true? Like they are just like they are just things that exist. Like they just are what they are.
That's an intellectual question, apparently. Is it the same as a prime number? Because they are what they are. I mean, a prime number is a number that's only divisible by itself and 1.
And there's an infinite amount of them, right?
I wouldn't know. How do you know?
You're right. You're right. Presumably, there's an infinite number of them. At the same time, presumably, pi goes on to infinity. Sometimes numbers are just what they are.
It's just a ratio. That's why we call it pi. It's just a ratio.
They're
so I guess we're
infinite.
still having a mathematic conversation.
Well,
but
no, really, I want to get down to the bottom of why there is a term now called a Bev Earther, because that does seem very bigoted.
Bev Earther.
Well, you kind of set yourself apart because you're too butthurt to say flat Earth.
It's not flat though. That's why I don't say it's flat Earth, because it's not flat. I know it's not flat.
Does it curve anywhere?
Yes, there's curves all over the place. We discussed that with Skinny yesterday. We definitely see curves.
Bev, does it curve into a ball?
Does what curve into a ball?
The Earth.
The Earth, right? The Earth to me is soil, dirt. It's separate to rocks and water. You can form Earth into a ball. Yes. Go outside. Go and grab some dirt and form it into a ball.
When you look at the horizon, does it curve into a ball?
The horizon, the plane of the horizon is horizontal, as stated in the argument.
This is why you're a Bev Earther, because you can't answer that question.
That's why I'm a Bev Earther, because we've got arguments. Does it curve into a ball? If you ask what's it, then you might be a Bev Earther too, apparently. There's some random person that calls out super chats for QE.
Well,
what can't answer what question?
The question I asked you, that was pretty simple.
About the horizon, and I stated the horizon, the plane of the horizon is horizontal. Yes.
But you knew what I meant. You know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean. Ask the question again. I will state it.
Do we live on a ball, Bev?
You do.
We live on a ball, Bev?
Does the Earth at a whole form into a ball in a vacuum of space?
I don't know the whole. Yeah, it's the Earth as a whole. Big E. I mean, that's dangerous as far as I can see. A totality of something. I don't know. Taking that on, I wouldn't be able to say. And that would be an honest answer. I don't know the whole. I haven't got a clue. But definitely, right? The dogmatic globe can be proved dogmatic, Flatsy. If that's not enough for you to understand and comprehend what it actually means,
you do know what,
then that's up to you.
You know what she's talking about then, Bev. You know what she's talking about then, Bev.
Yeah, right? Is the water flat?
Yeah.
Is water flat?
Do you have a false dichotomy here, Flatsy? I will tell you now, right? If you set up a false dichotomy, you can prove whichever side of the false dichotomy you want.
It isn't. It either is or it isn't, Bev. And you want
a simple question, man.
You want to choose something outside of that, and you can't defend it. That's why you act so ignorant.
Right. Flatsy's setting up a false dichotomy, like we just said, and Flatsy's saying that I'm ignorant. That's why I want to be ignorant.
Oh, wait a minute. She says she asked you about the Earth as a whole, which you can't know. You said that. But then she says you want to say something outside of that when you said the opposite. I don't know. I can't know the Earth as a whole. But it's ridiculous. I mean, this is like, it's ECV, obviously. And it's just bad question.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is what happens when you stay in these rooms for too long and you get used to these circular arguments. Well, they're non-arguments, really. They just go round and round in circles. So Flatsy thinks that she's got a good argument because somebody's told her to do this. This is what they do over there. If you've ever been over there and heard either Miggy or Jedi or, you know, any of these people at work, this is what they do. They just attempt to wrap people up into nonsensical statements and ask really ridiculous questions that there's no answer to.
It's kind of worse than that, though, because I've heard them say a lot of the stuff that gets said here word for word. Plane of the all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. I mean, of course, that's just a definition, but they're repeating a lot of things that get said in here. Of course, attaching it to flat Earth, which is, you know, ridiculous. But then they'll let people berate you and call you Bev Earther and say all this crazy stuff. To me, it's just hypocritical beyond measure.
Well, it does get even worse. This.
I'm sure it does.
We've still got an hour of it left. It's crazy. Is this the bit before you came in, or might be early on?
Yeah, I didn't get to hear I came in. I think this isn't the one with
this was this
Skinny.
Morning. No, Skinny.
I came. Yeah. No, I came in after the Flatsy thing. Yeah.
We go. I don't act ignorant, Flatsy. I'm not too sure you understand what you're talking about.
Specific questions, and you are dodging them because you don't want to answer it directly.
I don't go with the false dichotomy, Flatsy. If that's what you want to call a Bev Earther, right? The one that can prove both flat Earth and the dogmatic globe false. If you want that, then fair enough. You can go with that. That's a Bev Earther.
Okay, so what are you doing to prove?
Are you going to define a Bev Earther, Flatsy, or are you going to leave it to other people to do?
I would just love to hear you prove both wrong really quick. Go ahead. I know elevation changes the reason why flat Earth isn't.
Yep.
So why isn't globe Earth something? Go ahead.
The spherical globe. Yeah, you sure?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It goes like this. It's in the form of a modus tollens. Yeah? You ready?
We're all waiting with bated breath.
The Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water must, at rest, must curve.
The Earth? Wait a sec. The Earth?
Oh,
Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
You want me to go again? I'll start it again. If
Go ahead.
the Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve, Q. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Therefore, not Q. Not P. Therefore, not Q. Yeah,
See?
laughing.
This is
valid, but
so she's laughing. I don't know what for.
She's laughing because she can't understand the logic.
She doesn't know what's going on.
It's lost on her. Yeah. Lost on her completely.
But she didn't understand anything. She didn't understand anything. Just anything.
She definitely wasn't listening to the argument that was being made. For one. I don't know how... Not a spherical object, Flatsy.
And it's not flat either.
Yeah.
And it's, yes.
I mean, the dirt, the soil.
It's valid, but not necessarily sound. Like, we have to do more work.
It's valid, but not necessarily sound. We have to do more work with somebody's rebuttal. And I think that's the best rebuttal that you're ever going to hear.
More work is required.
It's just an argument. Yeah. What's up with it? Flatsy.
No, it's
no,
valid.
Please. No, Flatsy. Flatsy, what's up with it?
I'm asking you right now, do you hate the word flat?
What's up? Do you hate the word flat? I mean, I don't, there's nothing I particularly hate. Not even foods, certain things. I mean, I dislike certain foods, but I just don't eat them. So there's no there's no need for me to hate anything. But how could you hate a word? But that's that's where you're left in these rooms.
Probably get up in the morning and go on that the fairly quick one.
Oh,
it's all right. No, you told me what's going to
Mike.
happen. And yeah, that's okay.
There you go. Up with the argument, Flatsy.
Because the land will conform to the water that you're talking about, right?
What? The land will conform to the water that you're talking about. I mean, what's going on? Do it again. She literally says this. What's up with the argument, Flatsy?
Because the land will conform to the water that you're talking about, right?
There you go. The land will conform to the water that you're talking about.
It is non sequitur, complete non sequitur. Why land will conform? It never does.
No.
So
they obviously haven't listened to our conversations because we know the difference between Big E and Little E.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
and we
that
definitely
they
know that
just-
the land doesn't conform to the water. It's ridiculous.
Yes, but in argument is in antecedent is if Earth is spherical object, so it is one object,
right?
With water and earth and soil. So it is in argument. So why she is asking that silly questions?
I don't know. It's a good argument. I think it's formulated really well, and they just didn't hear it, couldn't hear it. And now they're on about who knows what.
No, I think, with all due respect, I just think there's no idea of what logic is. There's no idea of what a logical argument is or looks like. They've, even their own black swan is not understood. We've gone through that how many thousands of times. It's like there's just no desire to entertain formal logic, none whatsoever. So it's not surprising that Flatsy has to have the nervous giggle when it comes to an actual modus tollens, because unlike the black swan, which is a fallacious modus tollens, unless you understand the formological argument, it's going to be lost on you. Totally lost on you. And it was lost on her. And then she has to say something as stupid as the land conforms to the water. If anything, the water will conform to the land. Look at any flooding that happens. The water.
I don't know where she's going with the rebuttal.
Yeah.
I don't either.
Well, this is one of the things that I was particularly not pissed off about QE. I could see that QE brought the fallacious modus tollens in and then showed everybody a picture and then conflated that with a black swan, which is another logical term within science for you to be able to falsify something, right? You falsify a statement again. But obviously, that whole thing of what logic gives you the ability to do was completely missed and obfuscated by QE bringing that one particular fallacious argument. So the whole thing that when we branched off with logic and embraced the logic. It seems like these guys have just obfuscated it and ended up with like some really fallacious reasoning, to the point that Flatsy can't even formulate an argument. She can't even formulate a rebuttal to an argument. She can't even comprehend it, and that's a bad thing for to have ended up with from what was initially the introduction of modus tollens logic into this sort of debate arena. It's completely been missed, and that's where I think we're different. I think that's what Flatsy's trying to say here is that our particular style of argumentation is completely different.
Yeah, but it's still frustrating because I was sitting in that room not even a couple weeks ago and heard one of the main, if not the main mod in that room take your argument, the argument, posted it, read it, was praising it, and now you got this.
Yeah. Well, that, again, that's something else that we've learned, isn't it? It depends on who says the thing. What Flatsy's doing there with the bigotry by, calling people Bev Earthers, it puts people on a negative footing. So they're clouded within their reasoning process.
Well, yeah, but it begs the question: would she call that guy that posted your argument, read it, said he liked it, he was stealing it, the main mod? Would she call him a Bev Earther? Probably not.
No, because probably he makes fallacious reasoning beyond the argument, right? Whereas we just state the argument and say the argument speaks for itself. There's no need to imply anything else beyond that point. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even with elevation changes. It's still going
elevation changes are measured.
Yeah.
Yes.
With the elevation changes, it's still going to conform to what the water does, right?
Makes it not flat.
It's still going to be flat. If you go up in,
so she's repeating third
be
time.
Flatter.
Yeah.
She's repeating 3 times that Earth will conform to water.
Oh, she said it like 10 times.
This is complete nonsense, what she says. Because I cannot even imagine. Because we have situation here that water is causing Earth to be flat. This is what she says. And it is not observed anywhere. So I don't know. Maybe she's just in aporia and this is her reaction. I don't know, but complete nonsense. She needs help.
It will be flatter. The higher you go,
the land stays exactly the same, regardless of your elevation. You don't get to change the land.
I know what you're saying, but you hate the word flat.
I don't. Again, normally, telling me what I hate words. I mean, how do you do that?
Oh, she is implying now that you say that Earth is not flat, not because Earth is not flat, but because you hate word flat. This is her reasoning, quote unquote reasoning. This is just silly. Sorry.
You do.
You guys speak of a lot of hatred. I just use words precisely, right?
You are the one who won't use the word flat.
I do. If the Earth is flat, there you go. I've used it, right? If the Earth is flat, P, then there would be no measurable change in elevation.
But is it curving?
Elevation is a measured change in the vertical datum. Therefore, the Earth is not flat. There's no hatred. It's just a word.
Is it curving into a ball, or is it flat across the surface?
Valid, but not sound. It takes experimentation to determine soundness.
I quickly.
There you go. That's
valid, but not sound. What he's talking about?
It takes experimentation to see whether the Earth is not flat. Apparently,
experimentation would be measurement.
A measurement on the vertical datum. Yes.
Yeah. So it is already done. So why repeat that?
So you can say valid but not sound, just to confuse people, right? Remember, this other person is in there just to speak these words to confuse all of the stuff, much like QE's done with his fallacious modus tollens. There's people around these arenas that just want to obfuscate.
But still, if he admits that this is valid argument, so they should deal with this argument. It doesn't matter if it is sound or not sound, because it means nothing. Soundness, it means nothing. It is valid or not valid. And he admits that this is valid. So he should admit that you are right. But he is saying no, because it is not sound. This is just excuse. Stupid excuse.
And yeah, we've got, this is where we're at. Obfuscation of, but remember, that's 2 arguments I've come up with so far. No rebuttal other than one person saying valid but not sound. It needs experimentation. I don't know what that means. Hopefully these guys will come up with some experimentation to work it out, because these arguments are there. They've already been placed out.
Quickly, hold on, Cortico. I just posted what Bev, one of the memes at 4 minutes after the hour. That's what Bev posted the other day. So if anybody wants to look at that, it's kind of the argument that he has, or statement, however you want to form it. But that's what Bev's saying.
It's it's part of the false dichotomy modus tollens.
Veritas, you would agree.
But he's
valid, but it takes more work to get to soundness.
Oh, that
right?
wasn't to you, Cortico. I'm just stating it to the room.
Yeah, but
Okay,
Bev's
excellent.
going with pronouns. His pronouns for the earth. Instead of it being one or the other.
Pronouns for the earth? Pronouns for the earth. Do you want to hear that again? This is Flatsy. I know it is International Women's Day, right? So you give her a little bit of leeway. But I'm not too sure that this is a wise choice.
Yeah, but
Okay,
Bev's
excellent.
going with pronouns. His pronouns for the earth. Instead of it being one or the other, is it curving into a ball or is it not?
It's not a false dichotomy, is it? Because if you can prove both of them false, then
You
it's
are-
obviously a false dichotomy, right? Just to add to that, pronouns. If there's only one of something, which there's only one reality, right? There isn't different realities. So there is only one. Can you have different pronouns? I mean, like, we just try and talk about reality. If that's Bev Earth, which I'm pretty sure that the Earth is not Bev, but, you know, like, at least we're narrowing it down. It's definitely not a false dichotomy, and it's definitely not a true dichotomy. There's only one. It's a singular unit.
Yes, but I'm struggling with this pronouns, because I don't know, maybe she's talking about American accent, or that is different from British. I don't know, because what's the difference? I cannot hear any difference in pronouncement with that word. So for me, it sounds the same in American with American accent and British accent. So what she's talking about? I don't know.
Your pronouns. This is your pronouns. It's either a girl or a boy, and you're saying that it's not a dichotomy. It's actually something else.
Yeah, see, she's stuck. She thinks the false dichotomy. She thinks the flat Earth or globe Earth is a true dichotomy. And she's not been able to understand that if you can prove both of them false, then the dichotomy that you are being given is a false dichotomy. It's not a true dichotomy. It's all in how you deal with logic, right? You have to be able to understand the argument. You have to be able to understand the modus tollens and the idea of disproving a claim. and we place the flat Earth and the globe Earth within those claims of these two modus tollens. And if you can prove both of them false, then you've got yourself a false dichotomy. Pretty simple.
Yes, I think she thinks that if she's waiting for argument that is disproving spherical Earth, and at the same time proving that the Earth is flat. But it doesn't work that way, because disproving, like modus tollens, which is disproving, is not proving within false dichotomy. So it doesn't work. I think she is waiting for you to prove flat Earth by disproving globe Earth or spherical Earth. It doesn't work that way. Logic doesn't work that way. So this is, let's say, upsetting news for Flatzy. It doesn't work.
Well, I mean, it's pretty much upsetting news for us as well, right? Because you realise this little group that we're in seems to be the only group at the minute within this arena that actually understands logic. And that's surprising, isn't it? Since QE supposedly brought a logical argument for over 4 years ago now. And this is where we're at. This is the state we're in. And like, you can't say Flatsy's not part of it, because Flatsy is. Flatsy's QE's super chat girl. So she's been there. She's been in these conversations. She's under training from 24/7 Flat Earth. Doesn't seem to understand what a false dichotomy is. And to be in the midst of it and not know leaves you in a really precarious position. Flatsy's the sort of person that I really, I don't want to be having a go at, because it seems like Flatsy's been misled. But she's been instilled with this, I don't know, she dislike of us for some reason.
I wish you wouldn't use the male female thing, like because like there's just male and female, because there is everyone, in case you didn't know. How in any way that equates to the shape of the Earth. It's just,
well, because for her it is, the shape of the Earth is a dichotomy, a true dichotomy, just like gender is,
like male and female.
That's why.
Wow. Is that the same for everything then in her life? There is just only two available options.
May well be. The mind may not be able to handle a false dichotomy.
Yeah, Brad's come in the chat. Well done, Brad. Long time no see. He says the
Still got that profile. Still got that profile picture as well.
Yeah, I know.
Hello, Brad, the science guy.
To be fair, Brad says Earth, which I don't know what that is. Yeah. ERF. Again, definitions, right?
Yeah.
This
it's a false dichotomy. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
You're saying that something that is or isn't is a false dichotomy, just like somebody is saying that,
like something that is or isn't.
No, this is not. That would be true dichotomy.
Yeah.
But this is not globe versus not globe. It is globe versus flat. So there are two positive statements about Earth. Flat or globe.
Well, in the argument, there is globe or not globe,
yes,
and flat or not flat.
Yeah.
And we prove not for both of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Simple. But Flatsy, I don't think Flatsy hears them. Right? When she hears those arguments, I don't know whether she heard either of them, to be honest. Laughed at one of them.
A girl and a boy are a false dichotomy.
No, I'm saying flat or... There you go.
What? Male and female is now a false dichotomy as well.
I haven't got a clue. Like, what's happening? What's going on?
Patsy, what? Can you please just someone please get us to just re-listen to this?
Yeah, I'll go over it again, just that last bit, because
is a false dichotomy, just like somebody is saying that a girl and a boy are a false dichotomy.
no, I'm saying
buddy.
flat or globe is not a true dichotomy. That's what I'm saying, Flatsy.
Yeah, the true dichotomy, just like it is with gender.
We live on a sphere.
Dichotomy,
She thinks
just like
it's
it is with gender.
What? Does she even know what it is? False dichotomy.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
If there were three genders, let's say, that would be false dichotomy.
Yeah. Well, no. If there were another gender, and you were only given two, then yes, that would be a false dichotomy. A dichotomy is two, right? Two choices, two options.
Different, yes. So, of course, it is opposition. Boy versus girl. So you cannot have third option. So if not boy, therefore it has to be girl, and vice versa. And this is true dichotomy. So by disproving one, you can prove other because you have only two options, and that is correct. But it doesn't work with Earth, because disproving Earth being a sphere, you don't prove automatically that it is flat, and vice versa. If you disprove flat, you don't prove sphericity. This is simple. So gender example doesn't work, because gender example is true dichotomy, and shape of the Earth is not true dichotomy.
Yeah, in the states of this particular argument, I don't know why he's bringing gender into an Earth discussion. It's really weird.
No, as example is good. Yes, it is. It is example of true dichotomy. Okay, I am okay with that. So Flatsy should process with that. Should learn that it is true dichotomy because we have only two options. That it creates true dichotomy.
And she's calling it a false dichotomy, which it's not.
Mixed up, right?
That because Bev thinks that it is false dichotomy, therefore it is non sequitur, therefore gender dichotomy is also false.
Yeah.
It's just nonsense, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We live on a sphere, Ben?
Yeah, hang on. I just, hopefully I'm not going to get the room more in an uproar than it is already. All right. Without getting everybody upset, it is a false dichotomy, and let me tell you why.
There you go.
All right.
Brenda even admits it.
Let me just tell you why.
Right, here we go. Now, what do you think the chances are of Miggy actually understanding what a false dichotomy is? Because he's about to explain it.
Let's give him a chance.
Yeah, well, what do you reckon? What do you reckon the chances? I mean, he should, right? Him being the leader of this 24/7, right? He should be able to correct Flatsy here. And Flatsy should be able to learn from it, because that would be the correct way for these things to go, right?
Or I will be rolling on the floor. Okay.
Okay.
One of them does not exist. So you can't pit one against the other. Now, this is my perspective, but I'm not.
I got
not really.
you.
Do you get it, Flatsy? So
Yeah,
he is
there's
correct
no glow.
to an extent.
There you go.
So he's saying that the opposition is non-existent?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's a singular. It's not a false dichotomy because one of the options doesn't actually exist, apparently.
He may be right, but I don't think that he knows that he might be right, because a false dichotomy also is created when people think that something is opposition which is not, because they are confusing categories. When you confuse categories, you think, or someone thinks, that it is dichotomy, and it is, but in other category. So in this category, like shape of the earth, it is not. But in some other category, it might be dichotomy. I always, for example, like this example with colors and brightness. If we have, for example, white and not white, so it is dichotomy, because everything that is not white, it is in opposition, so in contradiction, in fact. So it is dichotomy. So if you say white versus yellow, in a category of color, it is dichotomy, because white is not yellow. But if we are talking about brightness, so the opposition of that would be black only. So yellow is not in opposition if we are talking about brightness.
Yeah, but you're trying to make allowances for what he said, right? Now, in this case, in this case, we're doing Earth is flat or Earth is globe, right? Spherical globe. Now, he's saying one of them you can take it off the table, which just leaves the other one, right? But that still leaves you with a true dichotomy. Earth is either flat or Earth is not flat. Right? It doesn't stop it from being a false dichotomy, because the Earth is not flat. Right? You can prove that one false. So that's a singular false statement then, rather than two false statements. So
yes, I agree, but generally speaking, he is right, but this example of Earth is not correct. This is what I am saying, that in that case, this is not what he should bring on the table. Because yes, he is right, but this is not good example. Shape of the Earth is not good example of confusing category. So if he is talking about that, I don't know, but I am just trying to make it logical what he says. So that would work, but not in this particular example of Earth and shape of the Earth. It doesn't work that way. It's not a different category, because we are still talking about shape of the Earth. So we are still in the same category. So his example will not work here.
yeah, I've put that thing on screen for a TEIN. It's on screen. Just have a look at it for yourself. Have a read. So I mean, Flatsy's accepted it. It's not a true. It's not a. Well, it is a false dichotomy, but her reasoning for it being not a false dichotomy is now fallacious.
Yeah.
Because of what Miggy said. So I mean, that's how they help people, and obviously, Flatsy's not going to listen to what we say, because she's been given this understanding or whatever. That she's proving the bigotry point that's been handed to Flatsy. I'm pretty sure she hasn't done that of her own accord. Somebody's told Flatsy to do this and have this sort of attitude.
Do you get it, Flatsy? So
Yeah,
he is
there's
correct
no globe.
to
It
an
is a
extent.
false dichotomy because
Yes, to
It's
an
a false
extent,
dichotomy because they're both false.
Yeah, that's his position. Our position would be it's a false dichotomy because one of them is incorrect.
So because one of them is incorrect.
No. As I said, it doesn't work that way.
Well, if you can falsify one of them, then within a false dichotomy, as long as you don't tell people, you can prove the other one, right? That's how they prove flat, right?
Yes,
They've
but
been doing
this
it
is
for
only,
years.
so they are just saying that this false dichotomy is true dichotomy. This is what they say.
Yeah.
But it's still false dichotomy. And you can prove that this dichotomy is false. You can prove it.
Yeah, now
Because
Miggy has persuaded Flatsy that this false dichotomy is still a false dichotomy, but it works just the same as a true dichotomy. Because one of them's just false. You can just dismiss the globe and automatically go to flat because there's only one true. That's what Miggy's just handed Flatsy in this particular scenario.
but this will cause trouble because
obviously
you can easily ridicule that. If someone will appeal to that kind of argument in real debate, he will be ridiculed.
Well, no. You'd get called a Bev Earther because that's what they've set up. This is the narrative within this room, right? No, nowhere else would it be any use. But within these rooms, Nathan Oakley and QE and Jedi and Miggy and all of that, they've set up this scenario where if you ask any questions, if you point out any of these things about the false dichotomy or whatever, you will get silenced, muted. That's the way it works. You should try going out a bit and having a word with people because, man, it's getting difficult. And we only came into this to try and help people, to try and understand argumentation and whatnot. We found ourselves with logic, but people like Miggy and that just undermining it, really. And it shows you how easily influenced people are nowadays. I think it's like you say, it's gonna cause problems, and it has been doing for years. And it's on that asymptote, right? Except we're way up there at the minute. We're like nearly vertical on it, and it's progressing at a ridiculous rate. You can prove the flat one true, can you?
Yes.
He's asking you if
give
we
us
live
your
on a
best
sphere of
argument.
false dichotomy.
So there you go. Did you hear that?
He asks, for example, for true dichotomy, I think.
No, well, I said to Miggy, can you prove it true, flat true? And Miggy says yes. Right, we never get to it, but just so you hear Miggy saying this, he says yes, he can prove it. So you can prove the flat one true, can you?
Yes.
He's asking you if we
give us
live
your
on a
best
sphere of
argument.
false dichotomy.
Water's flat.
That was Flatsy's argument. There's three people talking there, but that's Flatsy's best argument. There we go.
Yes.
He's asking you if we
give us
live
your
on a
best
sphere of
argument.
false dichotomy.
Water's flat.
He's
No,
asking
it is
you.
not. Water
Flatsy
is
thinks
not
that's
flat.
an argument, though.
Yes, but this is just false statement.
Yeah.
Because water is not flat. You can say only that surface of the water at rest is flat. That would be true. But
Horizontal.
saying
You'd be better saying horizontal, because flat isn't as descriptive as horizontal, right?
Yes, I agree, but I am talking about surface. I'm saying surface. So this is visual condition. So surface of the liquid at rest would be flat. I can say that, and that would be true still.
Well, I don't know. You've seen the upward curve at the edges of a container.
Yes, you say you are talking about this what is called
capillary action.
Yes, but I'm talking about visual condition. So if you are looking at, for example, at water at rest.
Meniscus paper. Meniscus.
Meniscus. Yeah. So you really cannot see any meniscus.
I can in my water levels, yeah.
Yes, because of course, but if you have really like even in pot with water, if you are meter away, you will not see meniscus. So you can say, and this is visual condition. So I am talking about visual condition. So I can say that the surface of the water at rest is flat, right? And
well, I would say the surface of the water in a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference,
yeah,
but you
yes,
can see
yes.
that the actual water is not flat. So,
yes,
but
yes,
it still does
this,
you know. But I mean, again, that's picking hairs or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
But I like,
but,
you know,
but she's still wrong because water is not flat.
Yeah. Well, again, it gets
Do we live
more
on a
interesting.
sphere? Is that a false dichotomy, or is it just a simple question?
No, did I not just make an argument? Do you want me to get the argument again?
No, I already posted it, so
no,
I guess
the
everybody
other
can
one.
see what Bev's...
The other one to show the false dichotomy.
Reckon you could answer it, Bev, though? Is that, you reckon you could answer that simple question? Do we live on a sphere?
Where was the proof? Is the proof coming for the flat Earth? Was somebody going to present
It's
that?
not that hard of a question to answer. You either think you do or you think you don't.
Well, it's already said it was a false dichotomy because one is true
so
and
you
one
can't just
isn't.
say yes or no. It's that
And
difficult, is it?
Alpha was going to say that
Do
he had
you
some
think
proof.
that we live on a sphere?
Alpha said he had some proof.
We live on a sphere?
Alpha said he had some proof. That's what we.
I
That's
don't.
all.
I can say I don't think I live on a sphere. It's that easy.
Fine. That's not what.
Why isn't it that easy for you guys?
There you go. Check that one out. It's in the chat now. There's the new one. There's the other one.
My goodness
Check
gracious
that out.
me.
Is that the second part?
Sad.
I'm gonna save that.
It's sad. It honestly is sad.
So Miggy has now saved that argument too. Miggy, probably one of the people that's banned us from that particular room, now has both of the arguments to prove the false dichotomy.
Yes, but one of your arguments is that if the Earth is a sphere, etc., therefore liquid water will curve. And you are disproving because this is modus tollens. So why he is asking that kind of question?
Yeah, they can't see the implications. They can't see the argument and come to the conclusion, right? I can say the Earth is not a spherical object, and
yeah,
they don't understand what that means.
So why he is asking that if you think that, or whether you think that we live on the spherical object, if you have an argument that you are disproving that claim. So why he is asking this question? I don't understand.
I think he's got mixed up with the false dichotomy, and he thinks that by stating that you're not on a spherical object, then that proves his flat Earth, right? But he doesn't understand the false dichotomy.
Yeah, yes, I agree. Yes. But still, he shouldn't ask this question because answer is already there in argument. So I don't know.
Yeah. That's the one that Heretic likes. That's the one that we made to simplify QE's fallacious modus tollens.
It's flat. It's literally flat.
Can we?
No, you. Oh no! See, Flatsy's laughing. It's literally flat.
It's literally flat.
No, you have to set up a false dichotomy first in order to do this. And with either of these arguments, you can prove the other. If you keep to the false dichotomy. Don't let anyone know about the false dichotomy, though, right?
Yeah,
Don't
but
mention the false dichotomy
the
when you're
globe
talking about
and
this.
flat Earth and went to flat and not flat. You went to the dichotomy of from the dichotomy of globe or not globe to flat or not flat. That's so silly.
Yes, yes,
She
she's
can't
right.
see it. She thinks it's silly.
Yes, but it is true. Yes, you have two dichotomies.
Yeah.
Sphere, not sphere. This is one dichotomy. And the second is flat versus not flat. Yes, they are two true dichotomies. Yeah.
And you
Why
can falsify
this is
both
funny?
of them, then it's neither of
Yeah.
those, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
she can't seem to make that conclusion that if they're both false, then the dichotomy that they've been given, the globe or flat, is a false dichotomy. You can't make that leap. And that's a really bad thing to have to say, that sort of a thing. After so long of us going over logic and all of this. Dilla. I hate the word flat too. Went postal in a bakery because of it. 20 years. And me explaining to the police that I didn't know how cakes could come all like that didn't help at all. Yeah. They don't understand. I mean, what do you guys think? They get listening at the minute. I've been saying this for a bit. I don't think people understand what a false dichotomy is. I mean, it sounds weird to start off with, when you hear it and if you've not been used to logic, and because we're in it, like it seems like a natural thing to us, but you can't really forget that some people out there might not understand what a false dichotomy is.
Well, let's start with true dichotomy, because in true dichotomy, where if you falsify one statement, you are proving other to be true. So that's why it is true dichotomy, because one of them is false and the other has to be true. In true dichotomy, it is always one of them is true and other is false.
Which is why a statement within logic either has to be true or false.
Yeah.
Has to be, right? That's part of logic. The basic steps, the law of the excluded middle. There's no middle ground. It's either on or off, either true or false. That's it.
Yes, and that's why if you can disprove both of ends of this dichotomy, let's say, so they are both false. And in true dichotomy, you cannot have two false statements, because in true dichotomy, one of them has to be true. This is simple. So if you can disprove both, therefore you have proven that it is false dichotomy. Simple.
So
what's your proof of the flat then, Flatsy? What's your proof you have to offer?
because it's not a globe, it is
And
flat.
proof.
Again. There you go.
Yeah, so she's repeating false dichotomy.
Yeah,
because
just
it's not a
completely
globe.
missed it.
Yeah.
What we've been talking about completely. But I mean, that's a step that somebody's taught Flatsy to do that. Nobody's taught Flatsy about the false dichotomy. And like we keep saying, what's the proof? How do you prove it true? Well, they don't. That's the thing. They prove it through a false dichotomy. It's fallacious reasoning.
Not just to say it. What the
elevation changes, it is flat. It is not curving into a globe.
There you go. With elevation changes, it is flat. Said by Flatsy. Skinny Vet called her a higher rank than he. She gets to do super chats for QE. Want to hear it again?
It's flat. It is not curving.
Yeah.
Just to say
When
it, what the
elevation changes, it is flat. It is not
Hey,
curving into a
okay.
globe.
So real
That
quick, hang on, Elder, hold on. Flatsy. So
See, and now here's Miggy coming in again. He's obviously just told her about the false dichotomy, and now she's repeated it in her understanding. Now Miggy's coming back in again because he has to do a little bit more polyfiller action. And he's messing about with Flatsy's mind, I think.
So just, I don't know if you understand where the points are coming from, but I've already gained like an understanding of their position. Elder Bear has kind of like went through a little bit of, parsed out a little bit of what they talk about. Bev, I think could probably speak of it
Can't
too.
believe that you think you've only just come to this realization now.
So let's.
This is Miggy, right? We remember at 24/7 when me and Emma started this, we sort of met up over there at 24/7 Discord before it was the one it is now. We were at the original one long time ago. We've watched a lot of games, and Miggy was there too at that time. And
Miggy was a mod when we got there.
Yeah.
So who knows how long he'd been there before.
Well, remember in that conversation where he called us anti-flat earthers and said when our problems with flat earthers started, in that one, he said he started at that same time, right? Miggy was saying this bit of them talking and doing what they're doing, that started when we were there. That's what Miggy said. He's basically said that he started in this at the same time as we did. And he's now trying to explain our position to Flatsy.
Just, I know, but some people don't know your argument, Bev, so you got to kind of.
After all of these years, I wonder why that is. Maybe people have been misrepresenting me, right?
Well, let's just, I mean, if we're going to clear the fog of war, can we do it in a way that people can understand? Let's just try to see what's going on. All right, so with Elder Bear and Bev, I guess you guys can articulate your position. So, I don't know if I can steel man you or not, but let me see if I can give it a whirl.
Go on.
You would say that to say that the Earth is a globe or flat is unknown. Is that?
This is him, steel
You
man.
would say that to say that the Earth is a globe or flat is unknown. Is that correct or incorrect?
No, you can know they're false statements.
Right, so they're not correct.
Yeah, the modus tollens falsifies the claim, right? It falsifies both the claim that the Earth is flat and falsifies the claim that the Earth is a spherical object.
All right, if we're going to establish a foundation for what is level or if we're going to say elevation change happens, then we have to know from what are we establishing elevation change from.
Mm-hmm.
So in your explanation, what would you say elevation change occurs from? What is our baseline? What are we?
Vertical datum elevation changes are measured.
Well, we got to talk about sea level. Like,
yeah, Cortigo, it's not. You have to let them. You don't misrepresent what they're saying. They have to articulate what it means to say that there's elevation change. So from elevation change, are we using a sea level, like a mean sea level, an average, a point on the water, or are we saying there's a plane that we're going to pit against this sea level too, like not just a point on the water, but an actual plane, or is it a point?
What you say, is there an elevation change of what? You have to speak of the identity of the thing that you're checking to see whether there is an elevation change. Then you'll normally say, from this point here, is that point over there either higher or lower than this point here? That's how elevation changes are worked. From point to point.
What is the baseline for where they all begin? What, like where you begin saying, okay, from this point, then we can go 1, 2, 3, elevation up.
It gets difficult, right? Just relate one point to another. That's all you ever do in surveying, whether it's on the horizontal datum or on the vertical datum. You're just referring one point to another. That's it. Well,
Or
the process of establishing whether there is an elevation change requires a level for you to reference it to. And that's the way of linking one point to another.
So from 2 points on the Earth, we're going to establish a
2
level
points anywhere. It can be in the air.
in the air.
Yeah, anywhere. Just 2 points anywhere.
Okay. So from those points, is there a horizontal? Are they on a horizontal plane, or are they on a curved plane?
The whole point. There's no such thing as a curved plane. Did you hear that, Miggy? Listen to it again.
Curved plane.
The whole point. There's no such thing as a curved plane. Can you imagine somebody talking about a curved plane?
Yeah.
Like what? What's he talking about? Terrible. Miggy.
Yeah.
Plane. What made you say that?
Well, I know. I'm just trying to put out as much as I can so that people won't misrepresent your position.
He's trying to put it out so people won't misrepresent.
He is using this oxymoron. Curved plane.
Yeah.
Okay. Good job.
Yeah. Well done. Just so people don't misrepresent it. Just giving me the chance to say, fucking hell, Mickey,
Go ahead.
Fucking
Go
ridiculous.
Ahead. Well, go ahead.
You know who else talks of that sort of stuff? Brenda.
Yeah, I know a few. But
Dilithiists.
Continue.
Okay, so in order to reference one point to another, you have to have a means to be able to reference an elevation change of those 2 points from each other. And we use a level, like stated in the argument earlier. A water level is a tool for establishing an even altitude. So that's what you can reference. You can then use that tool to reference the other points, can't you? To see whether it's either higher or lower than that even altitude.
Yeah, I get that much, but what I'm saying is our baseline is sea level. We would like people normally would say baseline is sea level, and everywhere above land would be higher or lower than sea level.
No, sea level is known. Elevation. Again, it's me talking. Sea level, like what's sea level? Goes up and down, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Point on a vertical datum.
Height of the sea.
Yeah, reference to what though?
To vertical datum.
Well, again, sea level on its own is just the height of the sea, but that changes, doesn't it? It goes up and down. So
and different in different places.
Yeah.
Yep.
Different in different places at different times. Right? It depends on a lot of things. Now, you can tell how high or low the tide is, whether it's high tide or low tide, once you've established a mean. But that's just a point on the vertical datum. Again, it's not a plane, it's not anything other than a point that you can reference other points to. I can't see why these people have decided, well, I can, because flat. I mean, you don't end up with horizontal being flat if, because, this progresses, obviously. You can see where we're going, can't you? But it's just a point. You always reference one point to another point. That's it. In surveying, you do it all the time. You don't reference it. Well, you reference both of the points to the level, to the tool, if you do an elevation. If you're actually placing them on the horizontal plane, then you don't need to reference level at all. you reference one point to another, and normally through triangulation on the horizontal plane. A completely different system. They've come to this particular place, 2024, within an argument, and not understood anything about surveying, nothing about geometry, and nothing about argumentation, nothing about the antiquity of modus tollens, modus ponens, false dichotomy. There's nothing. Yeah. Well, it's hardly surprising when you've got people like Miggy there giving flatsy false information about these arguments. I think it's terrible. Like, this is we've been trying to explain this sort of stuff to people for years. Doesn't really help to change on the vertical datum. That's why we need a mathematical mean, an average.
Right.
To work
so if
from.
you're
That's the
establishing that from the baseline of water, then you're going to move forward and say the elevation of land is X amount in elevation because we have a starting point.
A mean,
the starting
because
point,
the water also does the same thing. It goes up and down, just like the land.
Well, yeah, it rises and lowers. We got tides. But what I'm saying is, from that mean, we're going to establish elevation, right?
Yeah. On the vertical datum.
Okay. Okay, and if you're gonna say that the baseline is that mean, then I don't know.
No,
do you guys see an issue? I don't know. I know, but a point line on what
on a vertical datum.
I know, but is a point line like if I have 2 points on the water, let's say a mean sea level point, right, where you say that's the average, and everywhere else on Earth is gonna be either higher or lower than.
Do you hear that?
Point. Yeah. Point.
No. I'll put it back again. Listen.
Say a mean sea level point, right, where you say that's the average, and everywhere else on Earth is gonna be either higher or lower than.
Everywhere else on Earth. From a mean. He still thinks it's a whole. Each mean. I don't know whether he knows how many there is. Yeah. Nathan Oakley does the same thing. Brian's Logic's done the same thing.
Yeah. Discussed it earlier with them over there in Earth Awakenings, and even Wits it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are trying. I think that he's trying, like Nathan Oakley, but he's more careful. He's trying to turn this point into a horizontal line, but he's very careful because I can hear him. Like he's nearly there. He's nearly saying horizontal points, but he's not saying that because maybe he's aware that it will not work with Bev, at least.
Well, that's too globe, right? That's very globe, a horizontal point.
Yeah.
And earlier I couldn't find the citation I had that said that at the time, and I was sort of looking for it earlier, but I did find it eventually, but then they didn't want to hear it. But they're all in the same place, The mean sea level is the same everywhere. And
everywhere.
Yeah.
And it goes everywhere. Blue marble science. But these aren't blue marble scientists. No. They're saying the same thing, but they're not blue marble scientists. Or they might be, actually. You never know. It's hard to tell nowadays. No, just reference to that one particular checkpoint, if you will. So the UK has a mean, right? And that's not the same as your American / Canadian / parts of Mexico. You have a different mean than we do. Because yours is established in the Great Lakes. Ours is established at Newlyn.
Let's see if anybody wants to rebut what's being said here first. I just want to...
Listen, this is Miggy now, right? This is how Miggy gets out of it. Because Miggy was the one that brought the mean sea level. I've just pointed out that he was wrong. And
I want to give the...
open the floor
conversation
up
a chance to see if anybody. Can you guys see what Bev is saying, or do you have a rebuttal to anything he's
Yes.
saying? Go ahead.
Yes. So a horizontal and vertical are not intrinsically linked, according to Bev.
You hear that? Flatsy rebutting the mean sea level point, because Miggy's just said it's all over the earth, and I've said no. Everybody's got their own individual one. In fact, in Holland, they have 3. They obviously haven't worked that one out. But 3 in Holland, 1 in America for America, Canada, and parts of Mexico. And we've got 1 in the UK. France will have their own one as well. Germany.
Yeah, the one
Who
in
said-
Germany is different to the one in Italy.
Yeah.
By 2.5 meters, and it was an arbitrary thing. The point that they would decide was 0 as a mean, to count as a mean. It wasn't a standard all the world over at all.
No, everybody had their own.
Yeah.
It's only vertical that matters.
Don't say that. Horizontal and vertical
you
are
said that it's all
perpendicular.
on the vertical.
And yet, this is what Flatsy says about us. Where is it? Here.
Intrinsically linked.
Oh,
So a horizontal and vertical are not intrinsically linked, according to Bev.
yeah, horizontal and vertical are not intrinsically linked, according to Bev. We're just talking about a point, referring a point to a point. I don't know what Flatsy's talking about. Making up bullshit about us. Who said
It's
that?
only
Bigot?
vertical that matters.
Don't say that. Horizontal and vertical
you
are
said that it's
perpendicular.
all on the vertical. Okay, so what is in respect to the vertical plane that you're talking about?
We've just said, I just said earlier, a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
So that's what
A plumb line, right, is what we use in reality to establish a vertical.
Hold on, let me give you a visual. Let me say we're using plumb and horizontal to build this.
Plumb and level we use.
I think she had to step away, so I have to give her a moment.
She's looking for a picture, I think.
Yeah, we'll challenge it further, Bev, but I want to let other people.
But you want to
It seems
challenge
like other people?
Okay.
No, what's being said?
Hopefully.
I'll wait till other people come in. I don't know if there's anybody else going to chime in.
Into the breaks, putting some quotes there about plumb. Very true.
Okay, so here we go. So the picture that I just posted. So are we? Oh, I'm sorry. Are we talking about vertical and plumb? Respect, like in respect to this being built right here.
But yeah, that's how things are built. Vertical, yes.
So what is everything else right there? Is it on a horizontal plane, or is it with elevation?
It's just on a picture.
Changes. Yeah, but you're talking about the higher you go, the more horizontal your horizontal plane becomes, right?
No, you hear that? I mean, this is the sort of questions that you get asked when you're in these rooms. Now, we've been over this a lot. I think more than anybody, particularly with respect to level. Like we've, no joke, we've done a lot of work on level, and I don't think anybody's ever done any more work on all aspects of level. And this is what Flatsy is saying.
Is it on a horizontal plane, or is it with elevation?
It's just on a picture.
Changes. Yeah, but you're talking about the higher you go, the more horizontal your horizontal plane becomes, right?
The higher up you go, the more horizontal your horizontal plane becomes. I mean,
more horizontal than horizontal.
Yeah, more horizontal. Just go up higher and it'll be more horizontal. I mean, how are you ever meant to like deal with that sort of a thing? You sort of feel sorry for her. Terrible. No, the horizontal plane is horizontal. That's how it's defined, isn't
we're
it?
talking about a horizontal plane that we do rise over run, right? That's how we build these cities.
Yeah. Right, so she's been told rise over run. That's Apocryphon, I think, unless somebody's told Apocryphon. But I don't know whether they've actually worked out, because we said one of the things when we first started all of this, that rise over run, well, the run is horizontal and the rise is vertical. Like, there's no getting around that. The run is a horizontal distance, but the rise is vertical. It's not flat. It's a slope. The vertical part is definitely not flat. Yeah, and rise is an elevation change.
From the okay, yeah, but I'm talking about the overall. Is that some sort of like is it not flat, or is
it's
it
not flat? Yes.
Like you're talking about.
Yes, Flatsy, it's not
elevation
flat.
Changes.
You won't bend him.
Oh my god.
He's a fury. If you know what that is from
Would you say that is flat?
Vin Diesel movies? Vin Diesel is a fury.
I think that the correct way to look at this is horizontal plane reference. So, like, rise over run does exist, but it could only exist on a horizontal plane of reference. So, vertical plumb could only exist in that plane of existence.
Run is a horizontal distance, and rise is a vertical distance.
Yeah,
as defined in rise over run.
Sure.
Level head. Level head.
There is no hole.
You got the
right?
Go ahead.
The peg bev, there's no hole for the peg bev to fit into.
I think they're saying here that these guys are in the midst of a false dichotomy, and they don't think we belong, right? They want us out. There's no peg for us to fit in. There is. We can just prove both sides false. Everybody's an individual, dude. Stop being so bigoted.
You are a Bev Earther.
There you go. Flatsy's doing it.
What I posted.
All right, look.
And say that is not
very
flat.
bigoted, that of you, Flatsy. Don't worry about it, though.
Yeah.
That's not
Listen,
bigoted.
that's his.
I'm looking at what you
Flatsy,
We're both
you've hurt my feelings, Flatsy. You've hurt my feelings. Elder Bear Earther is also a gender recognition. You need, I don't want to call on the hate police. If you don't include me in that, Elder Bear Earther too.
Elder Bear, you're a Bev Earther too. Yes, we got you.
That's bigoted, Flatsy, right there.
Elder Bear, I need to know. That's my pronoun, Elder Bear Earther, please.
Oh.
All right, guys. Let's just shift back into the discussion. I think that would be useful.
Thank you.
Let's
Thank
not
you.
continue forward in the back and forth on names. But so, if let's just, I'm gonna
the back and forth with names. Flatsy's literally calling us Bev Earthers.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Yeah,
that's fine. Like that's allowed. She's a top-ranked FE. Come on, like she's allowed to do that and not have to explain herself at all.
It's shocking.
Let Cortigo, you wanted to come in here. Now you might have a different opinion on what we've been saying, and maybe Bev too as well. So
I've been doing. I've been walking around. I've been cleaning my house a bit.
do you want to
so-
continue to do that, or do you want to chime in?
I would like a new topic. Like if there's like a new topic that we could bring up, like
This is a scary topic, huh, Cortico? Scary to talk about
Wait.
horizontal and perpendiculars, right?
Well, he doesn't agree with you, Cortigo, for sure. So I mean, you're not going to get anywhere.
Well,
I'm just saying, dude.
I mean,
Rise
like
overrun is
I'm
what we
not
do.
afraid. I'm not afraid of any
Well, that's-
any subject. If we would
that's
want to
fine.
rehash anything.
No, if you're busy, then
No, I
just
don't think you
stay
are.
busy.
No. I'm back now. I'm back on my couch.
Well, I was actually going to ask anybody else if they wanted to jump in. So, because it really, we've heard you speak on here, but I only gave you the opportunity because you wanted to speak earlier. But does anybody else listening to the discussion want to chime in? Now's the time.
I'm not
if you have
afraid to
somebody
say
to
that
stop this.
I think I live on a sphere. I'm not afraid to say that I think everything that we experience in reality physically is distributed in relation to horizontal and vertical. That has implications for at least the extent of reality, physical reality, that I'm capable of exploring. And I think it could be in what is it? Is it an adverb? You could where something lies horizontally, it can be described as being flat.
Yeah, exactly. Flat is a description of a surface,
Yeah, but if it's vertical, then
not
it's
a
not flat,
geometrical
right?
plane. So you are saying that it's a false dichotomy, but you are saying the
She didn't
same
even
thing
hear
that
you.
we are.
No.
So you want to differentiate what we're saying with something else.
I'm not
but you're
saying the same thing
same
that you
thing.
are, though, am I?
You are.
That's your problem. She's flat. She thinks I'm saying the same thing that she is. I mean, come on. She's just not hearing it. I'm not.
You say it's in the vertical.
I'm saying
plane,
the
but
Earth's
that is
not
respect
flat.
to a horizontal. That is what we're saying.
And that's
It's the
disproved
respect to the
by a
horizontal.
vertical measurement.
Cut the mountain.
It's a question of being
Cut the
more
mountain
pedantic.
right off at the bottom from where you've referenced it. You know its height from right, and just cut it clean.
You ever seen like contour
Sever it
lines?
from that.
Seen contour lines
The bottom
on a
is
map?
going to be.
Yeah, cut the mountain. It's crazy, isn't
Why
it?
can't why this is yeah, it's nuts. Why can't people just why can't people simply understand that if horizontal equals flat, then vertical cannot equal flat? So anyone that's ever hung their flat screen TV on a vertical wall or a whiteboard, that's not flat. You can't say that's flat.
Yeah, any deviance from that horizontal means it's not flat. Dead simple.
I think they recognise that contradiction. They do.
Yeah, and they accept
just
it,
don't,
right?
And they accept it. They don't want to go
Yeah.
there. Oh, well,
Yeah,
yeah.
of course.
Yeah, we know what he means.
That's
So
a
let's
broken
change the
mind,
subject.
right?
Yes,
That is
totally
literally
broken
how
mind.
you break minds.
Yeah.
They've accepted a contradiction. Not actually flat, but they want to believe it is flat. So they're
And
looking
that's
at something that isn't flat, yet calling it flat. Contradiction.
And somehow that's more of a sane position than this pedantic one they describe as somebody wanted to say, well, hang on. Come on.
Hatred
Get
of
real.
flat.
Yeah.
This bit's quite a funny bit. This is the Nathan Oakley, right? The mountain measured flat. That's what we're going to deal with here now. They're literally using a mountain to say it's flat. And that's, that's the position that this is this is flat Earth, right? From an outside point of view, this is where flat Earth looks fucking ridiculous within these sort of conversations. And I'm sorry, flat earthers, but I mean, this is what you've been led to. You ever seen like contour lines?
Sever it from that.
You've seen contour lines.
The bottom
on a map.
is going to be flat, right? The bottom is going to be flat,
contour
and where it was
lines
attached
would be
to where you referenced
even
the height from,
right?
is going to be flat too, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Contour
right?
line is
gonna
an
be flat.
even elevation?
Flat.
On a horizontal
Fair
plane,
enough.
right? A horizontal slice through the
Hey, Bev, let's
mountain,
see if
right? That
let's see if
doesn't make the mountain flat, does it?
all right, let's see if
is flat.
You hear that? Did you hear that? Little mouse in the background.
Yeah, it is flat.
It is flat. The mountain. So here we go again. Listen to Flatsy. On a horizontal
Fair
plane,
enough.
right? A horizontal slice through the
Hey, Bev, let's see
mountain,
if
right? That
let's see if
doesn't make the mountain flat, does it?
all right, let's see
It
if
is flat.
It is flat, says Flatsy. I mean, her name is Flatsy, right? And she is on 24/7 Flat Earth channel. And she does go and do super chat call outs for QE. But mountains aren't flat. Please, you know, like if you're ever going to think of somebody passing out false information, bad information, well, this is Flatsy here now. Mountains are flat to a flat earther through some really faulty reasoning.
hold on, let's see if Elder
We
Bear
had
can come in.
well, we'd reached the point in the
Was that you?
conversation where you, Miggy Alpha, were talking about mean sea level and about what that is, the relationship of that to anything. And then Flatsy came in with a picture and all went west and said, so can we get back to that bit
Yeah, well,
and move
the
from
way
there?
that the terrain is
Not your picture,
arranged
Flatsy.
is not. It's not in a spherical manner. It's in a flat manner. All of the
Mean sea
topography is
level is what
arranged
the
in a.
conversation got
No,
to.
no, no, no. We're gonna go ahead and talk about it in the actual sense. So all of
Yeah,
the
but
topographical sorry. So all of the topography is arranged in a flat.
No, the mountain. All of the topography is arranged in a flat. I mean, wow. We're dealing with
What?
oxymorons and all sorts of shit.
Wow.
It gets crazy, doesn't it?
It's crazier and crazier every second. It
And I
seems.
know Flatsy, right? Flatsy's been fed this. It's International Women's Day. Right? And I don't particularly, I know Flatsy's got something against us or whatever, but I don't blame Flatsy. I just, you know, I more blame the people that are allowing Flatsy to do this sort of stuff. Have you noticed nobody's put Flatsy correct? Nobody's corrected Flatsy in any of this. They've just allowed Flatsy to state that the mountains are flat without them saying anything. The only person that's saying is us. That, you know, Flatsy, you might not be right there. I mean, surely mountains aren't flat. Things have elevation changes.
Yeah, but they are still
Jerry's
arranged
posted a picture
level.
there of what contour
They're not
lines and how
arranged
that
in a
works, Flatsy.
spherical level.
Does that make the
They're
mountain
arranged
flat?
level?
About something else.
Can you play that back? Because
Yeah.
it's hard to hear what she's saying.
I think it says spherical level.
Yeah.
That's what I thought she said too, Elder Bear.
Yeah.
My gosh.
No, the mountains have elevation changes.
Yeah, but they are still
Jerry's
arranged
posted a picture
level.
there of what contour
They're not
lines and how
arranged
that
in a
works, Flatsy.
spherical level.
Does that make the mountain flat? They're not arranged.
They're arranged level, but they're not arranged in a spherical level.
Yeah.
Are they arranged in a circular level? Did you ever think about that?
Well, I don't know where she's heard that from. Right? She's
I
only
mean,
heard that from this arena.
can one picture a circular level? Could they be arranged in a circular level? They being the mountains, I think was the subject. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where we started here with the mountains being.
Her picture was from a height, looking over a cityscape into the distance, with the city, the high skyscrapers in the foreground, and looking out beyond that. It was quite high. I don't know where it was from, the picture, but that was the picture she produced.
So I wonder. See, this is where the exploded minds can go, right? Because would she say that they're laid out in a circular level on a 360-degree azimuthal?
I don't think she really knows.
Yeah,
I think she's
well, that's the
searching
thing,
for the
right?
She's saying it's
yeah.
just narrative, right?
She's searching for the right narrative. And I think
Yes,
she's riding
that's
on
the
the
point.
kudos of being Super Chat girl.
Yes.
And that, you know, she had some kind of celebrity status in a sense that allows her to say these things because of that, and nobody puts her right because she has she's obviously at a higher level than some of the others.
Yeah, but she's here. She's in there trying to have or attempting to a debate. I don't know what you call it.
Well, if you go into that room, right, no matter what you're doing, you're listening to Miggy or Flatsy or Skinny or Jedi, or it doesn't really matter whoever. They're all doing the same thing. And the same thing is exactly what Flatsy's doing here. Flatsy's learned this particular tactic off everybody else in those rooms. And it's just going to keep going. It's going to keep going and keep going. And anybody that goes in there and says something different, or anybody that questions anything, will be met with this sort of approach that they're doing here.
And that's the issue. If you don't repeat that in some form, or if you repeat it wrong, then somebody's going to put you right and train you until you get it right.
Mm-hmm.
If you have another opinion, I mean, if it's globe, they'll entertain you because that's the game.
Yeah, they want you to
they
prove
need
the
the
globe,
content.
right?
You know, they just want to mess around with you and all laugh at you, and they, but they can't stand that themselves. They can't stand the inspection of their claims, themselves. And so.
But they do seem to see. This is what's so confusing. I totally agree with you what you guys are saying. Don't get me wrong, but what really confuses me about all of this is that what you described. Like, they're fine arguing between globers and flat earthers. They could even have these civil conversations, but you bring a group of people in that will only entertain reality and what can be proven in reality, and both sides lose their minds. It's just weird to me.
Yeah, it's weird to me. It's become more so and more of a construct, in my mind, that there's a construct here that, it's directed at either covering up the fact they haven't got a bloody clue, or it's meant to be that way, to keep out any other questioning, or to go further. And when you ask, well, how, why, that I thought that was the point. If you ask how and why, then that gets closed down, as we've said many times.
Mr. Sparkles puts in the chat, right? Why not ignore the mountains and valleys and whatnot and measure whether there's any divergence, convergence or not of vertical plumb lines? Or has that been done, he says.
Yeah, didn't Buster have or Kevin say something about take out the flat and all you're left with is Earth or something? I can't remember how he said it.
I don't know why you'd bother doing verticals. I can't even think of any method that you'd attempt to make sure whether vertical is what? Vertical or vertical's tilting? Don't know. Don't know what you're talking about.
Asking to ignore the Earth.
Yeah, ignore the mountains, but go to the vertical. Well, we've done a test called the Realising Euclid Test, and that was to establish a straight line in a plane. We use water levels to do it, so in the horizontals, isn't the horizontal easier than the vertical? Since we already know that all horizontals are parallel through another argument and tests, and obviously we've got stuff to back that up, nobody wants to talk about that. But that's basically, I think that's where we're going to get to in a minute. The the conclusions that you come to.
We're
Flat.
talking about something else. We are talking about, is it arranged flat or is it arranged spherical?
Okay,
We are
so this is
talking
gonna
about
this
topography.
this conversation is
Is
going to
it
rely on
arranged
how you
flat or is it
articulate. Like this
spherical?
conversation is going to rely on how you articulate.
That's Miggy over talking Flatsy there. He's coming to try and help her, but he's really over talking her. She's saying whether it's arranged flat or spherical. Listen to her.
So this is gonna this conversation is going to rely on how you articulate. Like this conversation is going to rely on how you articulate your points. Because when someone's pedantic, you have to know how to articulate what you're saying, because then words actually do mean something.
No, we are talking about mathematics here, aren't we?
Yeah, but the case
we're talking about topography.
Flatsy doesn't really understand the fundamentals of mathematics and where we start.
You are talking about topography. We're talking about the topography too. So the topography is either arranged in a flat, level way, or is it arranged in a spherical way?
Like the total Earth top.
Yeah,
I can't take it.
It's hard work to comprehend what's going through her mind, isn't it? I mean, but all you've got to do is really sit in those rooms for a bit and just listen, and you can understand why Flatsy's head's messed up. Because the way that Jedi and Miggy and all of these people deal with other people is to talk with this obfuscation tactic.
Gee.
It's obvious that Flatsy's messed up. And obviously, there's very little logic going on.
Topography?
Yes.
So,
where did you see the total, Flatsy? Where is the total that you've seen that you could say so?
Like a mean
all
Earth
of the
flatness.
topography,
Yeah,
the
mean Earth
topography
flatness.
is arranged in a flat surface.
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Forever.
Well, okay,
Everywhere.
Hold on.
You'll only experience in relation.
That's good. It's going to be a catch on that, right? Everywhere.
We need a T-shirt for
everywhere,
that.
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Oh shit! I just said it. Somebody's going to come up with it first. On the level, everywhere.
The vertical and horizontal.
So, I mean, there is a topography. If it were completely flat, then that word would have no meaning. What?
Well, we're talking about the arrangement of it now, because they're saying
that
that either flat or spherical is a false dichotomy, but we're talking about the arrangement of topography. Is the topography spherical or is it flat?
It's elevation. If you see elevation profiles, Flatsy,
flat. Topography is still arranged flat.
But a flat has been brought into
topography is arranged flat. I mean, like
including flat mountains, of course.
Yeah.
Topography is arranged flat. Wow.
A different sense of meaning because it's now said that it's measured flat.
Now we're getting somewhere.
And that's a claim.
Oh, it is.
Oh, see, now listen to that. That's
that it's measured flat.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Now we're getting somewhere, says Miggy. Measured flat. Because I was hoping that we might actually get somewhere with Miggy, but it doesn't really come.
That's a claim.
Oh, it is. It
all
is
right, and that's not just an observation or you pointing a picture and going, look, everywhere is flat.
Yeah, because
and that somewhere, if you dig down 10 meters, if you dig down 10 meters, there's a solid horizontal baseline. Everybody will be able to find it, depending on where they are. Somewhere, dig down and you'll find it.
Yep.
I don't know where that is.
Navigation.
Miggy said true.
Okay, that's another story. Just keep to the flat bit. It's measured flat.
The topography is arranged in a flat manner, not in a spherical manner.
There you go. That's flat Earth proof. That the topography array is arranged in a flat manner.
Yes, so basically she's saying that the topography is flat, which is completely
Yes, it's
This is
nonsense.
just not true. Yeah.
But they've been banding around this. I think it's Buster's favourite term at the minute, the topographical plane, which is just an oxymoron. That's where we're at.
But measurement is a claim. That's all the question was. How was that done? How is it done? Where is
Rise
this
over
naturally
Rome.
occurring?
Rise over Rome. Rise
Where's the
over
naturally
Rome.
occurring phenomena of this flat piece that we would look at and go,
Rise over
well, that
Rome.
looks,
Did I
is
say
that
it again?
horizontal? How can we measure that? How can we
Yeah,
be
it's
sure it
horizontal and
is?
vertical. Yes.
Where is that? Where is that and where was it done
Yeah,
in
that's
history?
rise over Rome from sea
Can
level
Do you just
and
believe
everything
it or
else
is it a
that
proof?
is in that arrangement.
Can we sum this up
according to sea level.
into our understanding of what horizontal is?
I think we have to start talking about atmospheres. Like
No,
we're talking
no.
about...
This seems to be just a horizontal matter, right? The fact that horizontal is a plane, people seem to think that makes the Earth flat. Well, I say it doesn't. I say that's how we know that the Earth is not flat, due to elevation changes.
It is arranged in a flat manner.
But how?
With topography.
If that's what you want to get to, then Flatsy, then
the globe isn't flat, right?
How do you know,
globe isn't
Flatsy?
flat, right,
How
Bev?
do you know that a horizontal is a plane, a geometric plane, and your
Because of sea
understanding
level.
of what that geometric
Because
plane
water
is?
flat.
How do you know that?
Yeah, because water is flat at its surface at rest.
How do you know that?
And sea level, because that is physics.
There you go.
Okay, so
That's what
she's
you're
saying
it's
water,
physics.
water at rest. So she's nearly there. But she's talking about surface of the water at rest.
No,
Okay.
she just said water is flat.
No, she said that. You can rewind. Yes, she said that water at rest. Yes.
Yeah.
Surface of the
And
water.
your
Because of sea
understanding of
level.
what that geometric
Because
plane
water
is?
is flat.
How do you know that?
Yeah, because water is flat at its surface at rest.
How do you know that?
And sea level, because that is physics.
Yeah. How do you know that?
Yeah. That's we have levels with it. That's why you have a bubble level. That's why you.
I think
use
Miggy
water
was
to
telling you
level. I
earlier,
can
right?
use water to
That's
level
just language.
my picture frame on
It's
my
just something
wall.
you've been told.
It is level.
Like,
No,
have you
it's
discovered
something I
that,
can demonstrate.
or were you taught it?
No,
Did you invent it, or did you discover it?
No, it's demonstrable. It's demonstrable. I can use
How
water
can you
to level it.
Okay,
All right,
brilliant,
so
good.
yeah, I would just say this on that occasion: if something is self-evident, it's you don't have to teach somebody something.
It's an axiom.
So
See, did you hear that? This is Miggy. If something is self-evident, you don't have to teach somebody.
Demonstrable. I can use
How
water
can you
to level
yeah.
it.
Okay,
All right,
brilliant,
so
good.
yeah, I would just say this on that occasion: if something is self-evident, it's you don't have to teach somebody something.
It's an axiom.
You don't have to teach somebody something. Imagine that. If something is self-evident, you don't have to teach somebody something.
So yeah, it would be a starting point. Like if we all go out and see something, we don't need to describe.
But it's
what we're seeing, we
always
just
been
need
an
to-
axiom, right?
No, but there are some axioms that like would take so much fucking work to do, and that's not conducive to voice
It is
chat.
an axiom.
It's not an
Water is
axiom,
level. I
Flatsy.
can
If
use
it
water
can be
level.
proved, then
Even
it is
if
not
I can't
an
arrange
axiom,
a
right?
contain-
Even
listen,
you
if
can
I use
even
a-
prove axioms.
Hold on, Bev. Hold on. Even if I have a container of water, 2 containers of water. Let's do 2 containers of water, and I can tape them to my wall, and I don't even get them correct. Like I don't have them arranged correctly, but the water still is level on both containers. I can level a picture frame on my wall with water, because even if I misplace the containers that the water's in, it will still give me water level, and I can arrange
Yeah,
the
I don't
picture
think you've
horizontally
understood
perfectly.
communicating vessels there, Flatsy.
No. This is perfect. this is demonstrable. You can demonstrate this yourself. 2 water containers at 2 different ends of your home, on 2 different
Connected.
parts of your wall,
Connected,
and give you a
Flatsy.
horizontal perfectly. What are you talking about?
The 2 containers, they have to be connected.
Yeah,
what
you
is
don't
the
have to even have the containers aligned on your wall correctly. Just the water level will be perfect.
The water
in those
within
containers.
those 2
Even if I
containers
have
has to be
one of those
connected.
containers, as long as one of those, I can even have one of those containers diagonally, that water level will still be perfect.
Flatsy is making globe Earth like facts. Why don't you guys like figure out like
I don't know who this is that's coming in here, but Flatsy's got 2 containers.
Yes, so
they're not connected.
It is hard to establish one level for them. If they are not connected, yes, every one of them, each of them, would establish level, but maybe on different elevation. So it is just useless. But if you connect them, yes, they will have the same level.
Have you ever had to get a level out to level a picture frame? Because this is a lot of thing. I've heard a lot of people say this. I've never done it myself, and that may be because I've been doing joinery, and you have an eye, right, to be able to see whether something's right or not. Most people do anyway. I don't think anybody actually gets a level out to level a picture frame.
Yeah, but the problem with picture is that you know what you have to do. But because we know that this place or where you have to nail to the wall this picture, it has to be at the center, exactly at the center. So you have balance from both sides, but it is practically impossible to do that ideally. But yes, we know what to do. You have to have perfect balance. So it has to be in the middle of the frame. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, I mean, I've used a level, and I know people have used levels to put shelves up and what have you, but never 2 pots of water. That's a new one.
Yeah. Taping 2 pots of water to your wall to level a picture frame. I would point out to Mr. Sparkles as well that a plumb bob doesn't work on a moving thing. If there's any movement, then a plumb bob will not be plumb. The only way you can have a plumb bob being plumb is when it's stationary, no movement.
Where
But
the differentiation
who use
occurs,
levels?
because
Can I
everything
say something?
Foxy says is
Go on. Go on.
Yeah, I can go? Okay, sorry. No, I just want to say, like, my eyeballs can't see level as well as my boss. Because I will say it's horizontal. My boss will say it's out a 16th of an inch, and he will be right.
Yeah, but you wouldn't need
I
to
don't
get a
trust my
level, would
eyeballs.
you, for doing a picture frame?
No,
like,
if I want to be within a 16th of an inch, though, I'd grab my boss.
Yeah, if you're in this arena and you've been in this arena for I don't know how many years or whatever, would you really attempt to explain to somebody what level is by using a water level for a picture frame?
No, I would never use a water level to hang a picture frame.
Or any level. Would
I
you
would
use
use
a
my
bubble
eyeball.
level?
No, I would use my eyeball. But then if I wanted it perfect, I'd have to get my boss.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you wanted to place all of these pictures on the same level, then you would obviously need to get a level, probably a laser level, whatever, and, you know, establish that a similar level around the place to put your nails in, to hang the pictures, but you wouldn't use a bubble level to actually hang a picture level. I wouldn't know anybody that does that. Like actually putting a picture on the wall, you just sort of look at it and go, no, that's not right. That's not right. That is right. There you go. At least I think everybody that I know would. We used to play games to see whether something was vertical or horizontal, just to see how good your eyes were. And you can normally tell a tradesman or somebody that's done that sort of thing, because you can see that sort of stuff. I think if you ever walk into a house and seen somebody who hasn't really leveled anything, then it makes you feel sick. It's bad.
That looks funny. But my boss always says my eyeballs are crooked because whenever I say it's level, Brad, he's like, no, it's out of 16th, and then he measures it and it's out of 16th. His eyeballs are not crooked.
Bullseye.
Alright, here we go.
Like right now is consistent with a globe Earth model. Like if you want to argue that it is not, like that is the point in
That is
contention.
not what I said at
It's like
all.
a total left field kind of comment right there, Cortical. That's
I
fine.
can have those containers wrong. The containers of water wrong. And the water will still be level on both containers, whether they are like 6 feet apart on my wall or less or more or whatever. I can establish a horizontal
They
if I
have to
take
be
containers of
connected,
water from my
Flatsy.
wall. What are you talking about?
The
What
two
I'm saying
containers
is
that you've got,
demonstrable.
they have to be connected. They're communicating vessels. They have to be able to communicate with each other.
Let me just tell Flatsy. So he's talking about, like, imagine having.
Who taught you this, Flatsy?
Yeah, I'm trying to help you
Who
out there,
taught
Bev.
me this? Life taught me this.
No,
I
like
can go do
your
this
point,
right now.
Flatsy, your point that you're saying is what he's trying to tell you is, let's say you have a long, for this short example, like a long tube, one on a first story of your house and one on the second story.
Right, so this is Miggy trying to explain to Flatsy. Now, Flatsy's got two containers. I say you have to have them communicating. And then Miggy's trying to help us out here. Listen to this.
So your point that you're saying is what he's trying to tell you is, let's say you have a long, for this short example, like a long tube, one on a first story of your house and one on the second story.
One on the first story of your house and one on the second story of your house. Now,
with your long
what
arms.
the fuck is Miggy talking about? Like, why on earth would you have one on the first story of your house and the other one on the second story of your house, right? Is the water not going to piss out? It's like, what are you doing going upstairs? Like, come back down here, you dickhead.
Oh no, got to fill it up again.
You don't want to be working with that man, right? You don't. Holy shit. And this is Miggy trying to explain to Flatsy. This is why I was saying, like, Flatsy, who's taught you that, Flatsy? And Miggy comes along with something even more fucking ridiculous. Crazy.
You pour water in that tube, the water's going to hit a level, like across the tube. It doesn't matter what floor you're on. It's just going to matter how the water levels itself out to the two ends. So they're connected one to the other. First floor, second floor.
It doubles down on it. First floor, second floor. Like, what's he talking about? You'd
I don't know if
both normally be on the same floor, Miggy. Come on.
Well, you could do that. You could do that too.
You could do
but
that
what I'm
too.
saying is, with this,
You could obviously you could have them on the same floor, but I mean you could have them on separate floors as well, and the water would just piss out to one level. Like, crazy. How do they not understand this? Like it's obvious, right? They only know the argument through narrative and not actual practical experience. And that's
Yeah,
bad.
they've never picked up the tool and held it in their hand.
Yeah. And how much experience do you actually have within the argument if you've never had any practical experience, right? You've just learned an argument off somebody, and if you're getting all of the facts wrong, then, you know, you're going to be leading people down a pretty bad path, which is obviously what's going on here. Now, this benefits the globe guys, right? Because having people, ridiculous flat earthers like Miggy here, training flat earthers, because Miggy never goes out anywhere out of his particular rooms where they hold the mute button. But other people do. Like, obviously, Flatsy gets into places. Flatsy doesn't hold a mute button just yet. So Flatsy's going to get questioned upon it. Miggy can't be questioned. They just silence you. Mute. That's what they're in training for. This is how flat Earth works.
I'm talking on the same wall.
I think we're gonna
Yeah.
have to
Two
move on.
containers of water, no matter their orientation, if I can tape two containers on my wall, one wall, they will tell me horizontal without I can't make an error, because if I do, it doesn't matter, because the water's still going to be level in the container.
They're connected though, right, Flatsy?
No, they're two different containers. I can tape two different containers on my wall.
Yeah, Flatsy's not connecting them
Yeah.
at all, right? These are just two glasses of water. Like, I don't know
Yeah,
why
but
two. She could have had three.
Yes,
or
yes,
four.
that's
Doesn't
that's
matter.
my question. Why not one?
Yeah.
Real
not
proud
one?
of it, she is.
It's like she's heard half of an argument at some point, and nobody's really corrected her. Even though Miggy tried, he's got one on one floor and one on the other. It makes no sense. How are you meant to make any sense from any of this? Absolutely fucking crazy. But this is flat Earth, right? One of the reasons we're not flat Earthers, because you can't seem to communicate with them.
And find a horizontal from both of them.
No, they have to be connected in order to establish a horizontal between them.
Okay, but you're talking about a horizontal with one line. I'm saying
Talking
that
about,
all
yeah.
of them
Talking about the
establish.
tool,
Yeah,
water
well,
level.
I'm talking about both of them will establish a horizontal line parallel to each other. So we're talking about everything being parallel. So if I taped a container to my wall with water in it, it will still be level, and I can draw a line from that water level with a straight edge. If I connect it to that container and follow that horizontal line of the water, that's one line. It's horizontal. And then if I have another container of water at any other elevation, it doesn't matter. It's going to be parallel to the other. Everything will be horizontal.
See, now Flatsy's made another mistake here. The water level is only establishes a horizontal across the means of where the water level these vessels, communicating vessels, are from one point to the other. It doesn't work beyond the actual tool. Whereas that's what Flatsy's doing. She's got a glass of water and she's got a straight edge and she's drawing a line beyond where the water level is, like not to some other water level somewhere else. No, she's just establishing a line. Somebody's really misinformed Flatsy about how a water level actually works, local to the actual water level. doesn't work beyond it.
Yeah, but not okay. So in this regard, Platzi, not in parallel to the other container, parallel to itself. Like so, it's gonna hold the
It'll
rigidity.
be horizontal.
Right, and this again, a Miggy. Point out again. This is Miggy coming back in again. This is one of the flat Earth heroes of 24/7, and I really do feel sorry for Flatsy, because you know, we're having a conversation with Flatsy. She seems like she's a little bit scatterbrained or whatever. Doesn't really know where she is. She's in the heat of a conversation, and she imagines this being some sort of a debate, but really, it's you know, we're trying to help people with their arguments so they understand what they're actually talking about. Flatsy seems to have missed the boat completely, and it's because of people like Miggy. Listen to this.
Yeah, but not okay. So in this regard, Platzi, not in parallel to the other container, parallel to itself. Like so, it's gonna hold the
It'll
rigidity.
be horizontal to the other.
Yeah.
It'll be parallel to the other one.
Yeah,
It will
you mean
never connect
yeah, you mean
that line.
it'll be on a
Ever. And
yeah, you mean on a horizontal. So okay, yeah, if you
Here's,
have two
here's
separate,
another argument for you. Check this one out.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
I
wait,
call
let me,
this one.
let's just
call this one the argument, right? This is a modus
Bev,
ponens. Let us just do this though, Miggy, right?
No,
it's quite important.
No. I'm gonna sift through what
for
Flatsy
fuck's
says.
sake, right? He's just muted me, so Miggy, right, can talk to Flatsy now. Now listen to this, and remember, I'm trying to show him the argument about horizontals being parallel to help Flatsy. So Flatsy doesn't have to use these ridiculous glasses of water taped to the wall to do that. Now Miggy's going to try and interject after muting me. This is what Miggy does.
So that there's no confusion. I want just for people to understand. So Flatsy was bringing up a point, right? So she said that if you have two containers with water level in those both containers, you can establish a horizontal plane of like able to establish level. Like if you're going to hang a picture, let's say, just for example, right? You got one container at a different elevation than the other. They'll be on different horizontal planes, but they're still on the main horizontal plane of reference, which is the Earth.
There you go.
Oh, completely false.
Did you hear that? Do you want to go again? Let me just get that, because this is Miggy. Listen to this.
They'll be on different horizontal planes, but they're still on the main horizontal plane of reference, which is the Earth.
They'll be on different horizontal planes, but they'll be on the same horizontal plane, which is the Earth.
Yes, so there are two nonsenses here.
Yep.
Because we have different horizontal planes being the same plane, and they are on the same or in or whatever, which is just nonsense. Nonsense number one. And nonsense number two is that he is saying that this main or mean horizontal plane is Earth. It's just not true. Earth is not horizontal.
Miggy explaining it to Platzi. Here we go.
The Earth itself is on a horizontal plane. So
the Earth itself is on a horizontal plane. Apparently.
So horizontal plane is inside Earth.
Another
so
one.
We have heard that
it's
before.
on a horizontal plane.
the horizontal plane of the water that you have on the first container above the other one, because they're different elevations, right? So the main horizontal plane that they're on is the Earth. They're referencing the Earth.
Referencing the Earth?
No, it is not.
Two water containers that Flatsy's taped to the wall for leveling a picture frame. Is
So it's nonsense, because practical nonsense, because if Earth is horizontal, so why to use these containers? It's just pointless. It's complete nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
They're not referencing their own horizontal plane. They're referencing the Earth's horizontal plane.
They're not referencing their own horizontal plane. They're referencing the Earth's horizontal plane. I mean, That's a complete nonsense.
Yes, and it contradicts what Flatzy said, because Flatzy said that each container will create horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm.
And now he is saying that no,
they're not referencing them. They're referencing the Earth's horizontal plane.
Yeah.
What?
Complete upside down everything.
On different elevations. So that's what she was trying to say, articulating the point that we can't skip out on that, right?
What she's trying to say. He's speaking for Flatzy, but getting it all fucking wrong.
Yes, he's misrepresenting what Flatzy said, but I suspect that Flatzy will learn from that she has to correct herself to speak as he speaks.
Yep. Yeah, so, reference the Earth. No, you do not reference the Earth with the horizontal. You don't do it like that. We work it the other way around. You measure the Earth from the horizontal. It's mad.
So she's basically saying you can have 3 containers, 4, 5, it doesn't matter. But the different horizontal planes that those containers are showing you at different elevations will still be referencing the main horizontal plane of the Earth.
Like what?
There is no such thing like main horizontal plane.
No.
He's just inventing new term. Neologism.
This is for flat Earth, isn't it? This is why Flatsy seems like she's messed up, because people like Miggy are training her to say this stupid shit. I'm sorry, Flatsy. I don't blame Flatsy for this. It's the people around Flatsy, because nobody ever learns this before they come into this arena. You only learn all of this stuff that you learn in this arena. And when I say in this arena, it's just by people talking shit about stuff. And there's a lot of shit talked from Globe and Flat, both of them. Sorry, go ahead, Rob.
I was just going to say, these people, they think they know what they're talking about, but when you've never actually held the tool in your hand and you're just going by images in your mind of what other people have told you, you're going to go wrong. 100%. You need to actually pick up the tool, put it in your hand, and understand how the tool works.
Yeah, and that's not just a bubble level. That's a theodolite. That's an auto level. That's a water level. That's a sextant.
Yeah.
All of these
Every
tools.
Tool.
Yeah. Please do not argue something that you've never had practical experience of yourself. Otherwise, you'll end up like these flat earthers here.
They'll always be parallel. They'll never intersect.
To the Earth, not to themselves.
See, listen.
Oh,
again, Flatsy says they will always be parallel, talking about the horizontals.
Yes.
And what does Mickey say?
They will not be parallel to each other.
Never intersect.
To the Earth, not to themselves.
Not to themselves.
Quite opposite.
Yeah.
Quite opposite. Yeah.
All horizontals are parallel to each other. They're not parallel to the Earth. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. But hey,
to the Earth.
Or either. None of them will ever intersect.
Yeah, they'll always
or themselves.
They'll always be horizontal in relation, and like, so if you move down to lower elevation, the container of water and the lower elevation will be on a horizontal plane, referencing the Earth's horizontal plane.
Referencing the what's that?
Non-existing.
Yeah.
Non-existing.
It's just referencing horizontal. That's Miggy. And obviously, right, you're hearing this sort of stuff here, and you know you cannot talk to Miggy about this stuff. Because if you do, you'll get shouted down, and try and talk to him about it, right? And I feel sorry for Flatsy, because Flatsy's not going to be able to go and talk to Miggy about it, because it'll be, where did you hear that? Well, Bev said, whoa, you can't trust Bev. And, you know, Miggy's going to go around telling how many people has Miggy expressed this to? We've been hearing this about 6 years. And Miggy was talking about, well, he wasn't talking about level. Nobody talked about level when we came into this arena. No one. But now it's becoming a big topic, and they've developed spherical, curved, all sorts of different things because of what we said initially. Now you've got Miggy misrepresenting horizontal. It's terrible.
But still on a horizontal plane, and they will always be horizontal in respect to each other. Does that point? I don't know. I just wanted to bring that point forward. I'll let Bev through. I'll let Bev through. That's the only thing I wanted to make clear.
Right, so he muted me for that. He muted me while he said that. Because damn right, I would have been calling him out.
Yeah. So he prevented you from doing that. Yes, exactly.
Very clever. Very clever how they work this.
You can go underneath the foundation of a house and do the same thing under the earth.
Yeah, Bev's gonna come through. Bev's gonna come through with his main argument. So just allow him to come through. I just wanted to say that because Flatsy, that's the only thing I wanted to make sure that people understood.
Yeah, he wanted to make sure that people misunderstood the whole thing.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, thank you. Flatsy was saying earlier that horizontals are parallel, and you, I think you reinforced that a little bit. But I have an argument, right? We do that. We make arguments, right? Those earlier ones are called modus tollens, and what they do is they falsify a claim. The other type of argument is called a modus ponens, and that's a direct positive proof. You say yes, you affirm. Right? When this is, I call this one the argument because, well, just for yourself. If P then Q, same format, right? If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, P, then all horizontals must be parallel to each other, Q. That one goes back, you can go over the elements of Euclid, the foundations of mathematics, to show how that is a proof, a mathematical proof. And we then say, by definition, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, which you can check for yourself. Every horizontal will always be parallel to the plane of the horizon. Would require a black swan for this, right? And you then say, therefore, P is true, and then Q is true, because that's how a modus ponens works. You can then say all horizontals will be parallel to each other, right? That's a positive proof, right? You can also have a corollary, what is the thing that isn't stated within the thing, which is a true statement, right? You can say the plane of the horizon will always be horizontal. You can also say, by the law of non-contradiction, you can't have something being both true and not true, right? So the statement, the argument, cannot be both true and false concurrently. Therefore, there will never be a black swan for that argument. And you cannot form a modus tollens for the argument either. It's just a modus ponens proof.
There you go, Flatsy. I think we're all good here. I don't know why.
Proof that all horizontals are parallel.
I'm saying, welcome to flat Earth.
But that being true, and always being true, does not prove that the Earth is flat. It just proves that all horizontals are parallel.
That's fine. That's fine, Bill.
Can we move on?
No, well,
So you can hear Flatsy laughing in the background.
Yes, she didn't understand anything, and I think that this Mickey, he didn't comprehend the argument. I think also.
Well, he pulled the wool over Flatsy's eyes with that bit beforehand, and obviously Flatsy doesn't really understand the argument, and well, it's the conclusions, right, that they come to after the result of the argument. The argument proves a certain thing, and they make extra implications after that fact, with no reasoning process to put to it.
Elderberry, did you want to say something?
We agree. We
We
agree, Bev.
Hold
That's why
on,
you're
Fletch.
called a Bev Earther.
See, you hear that, Flatsy? Again, we agree, Bev. That's why you called a Bev Earther.
Because you are making logical arguments?
Because we agree, apparently. So, I mean, would that make Flatsy a Bev Earther? If all you have to do is agree, and that's why you're a flat earther, you're a Bev Earther. There you go, listen what she says.
We agree, Bev.
Hold
That's
on,
why you're called
Fletch.
a Bev Earther.
Flatsy, let Elderberry.
Bev Earther again.
Yeah. We agree. That's why you're called a flat earther. Yeah.
How do you transfer those pots of water off of your mantelpiece into reality, into something observable that is that you describe?
Because all
Where
these
is that?
horizontals that it establishes are parallel.
Where is that water in nature that we can observe?
On the surface of water, lakes, the sea, those things.
The lakes and the sea are perfectly horizontal. Is that what you're saying? We can.
Sorry, can I, Mr. Sparkles? What are you talking about? Just bafflement and disappointment at the aggressive tone and rudeness. Where? Has somebody deleted some comments or something? Because where's the aggression and rudeness? Anyone in the chat? You guys, have you guys been deleting stuff, or has somebody just like blatantly super snowflake? I can't see anything where the aggressiveness and tone and rudeness. Where? Where?
I don't know what's going on, but addressing this pendulum, if Earth was rotating, you would not have stationary pendulum. Therefore, no plumb bob.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have plumb if the Earth is rotating.
Or rather, plumb wouldn't be vertical.
Yes, but it's still it works. It would work like pendulum, because plumb is pendulum. It's basically the same. So you have just a rope and weight on the end. So this is pendulum and plumb.
Yeah, but well, like a plumb bob, you can hang a plumb bob, right, and make it swing. It's not plumb.
Yeah.
Right,
but,
because there's motion.
Yes, right. I agree. But the cause of the swinging plumb is you. You are making this plumb swinging. But if Earth was rotating, this plumb will swing by itself. That's the problem for globers. It would move by itself because of centrifugal force. And centrifugal force is not the direction of rotation. It's different. That's why it would swing chaotically, basically. So this is how pendulum works. So it is impossible that Earth is rotating because of that very fact that it would swing by itself. So everything that is hanging here in our houses would start to swing if Earth is rotating. And of course, it is not swinging. Therefore, Earth is not rotating.
Yeah, I said that
So-
earlier. Like plumb bobs only work
Yeah.
when they are stationary with zero
Yeah.
movement.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, yeah, I don't see what the argument is. I've never seen what the argument is for a Foucault's pendulum. It's one of those. I would call it a stolen concept. The entire argument.
No, pendulum argument is that way that they say that they are starting this pendulum to move, and it would deviate from this. They are making circle around this pendulum and this markers around, and they say it will deviate from these markers, so it would be not a straight line, like Coriolis effect, because it would be Coriolis effect, like, and therefore it would be making marks on different paths. So, but they are killing their own argument because they say that they are moving.
Yeah, that's why it's a stolen concept, right?
Yeah.
Because you start off with a plumb bob without it moving, right? It can only be vertical, right? When it's not moving. But then when you start it moving, you can't then say it's moving, because then it would still have to be moving when it's not moving. Right?
Yes, that's another part.
Yeah,
yes,
that's the stolen concept part.
Yes, but still they are killing their own argument, because on rotating Earth or whatever, pendulum cannot be stationary. Cannot be. So if they say that they are starting this pendulum in this museum of Foucault or whatever in Paris, whatever, they are starting this pendulum. And on rotating Earth, you don't need to start pendulum. It will start by itself if Earth is rotating.
No. See, I don't look at it like that. I look at it the stolen concept, right? You can't start off with the plumb bob being plumb, i.e. vertical, when it's not moving, right? Because that's your starting point, right? And then start moving it to come to the conclusion that it's always moving, because then you have a plumb bob being vertical when it's not moving because it is moving. That's the stolen concept.
Yes, I agree. Yes. So you can disprove that both ways.
Yeah.
Your way and my way, let's say. Because you have already two contradictions.
Yep.
So on both contradictions, you can create a counter argument.
Yeah, it's the same. It works the same for level, right? Hydrostatic equilibrium. The static part, hydrostatic, no movement.
Yeah,
it works exactly the same with vertical. Has to be not moving in order to be vertical. So if you say that then is moving, you contradict your. Just goes round and round in circles.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to this. Nearly done.
Yeah,
We can use
those horizontal
Not at
lines
rest though,
stay
Flatsy.
even though the sea
at
rises and
rest.
falls.
I'm saying at rest. They
But it
will
isn't a
stay
rest. The sea isn't
horizontal.
a rest. So it's not the
That's why
sea.
the
That's
land will always conform to what the sea is, because the land is in the sea.
so. Does the land also rise and fall
It
with the
appears
sea?
to, but it doesn't actually.
But with the sea, I mean, the sea isn't a constant.
The sea is something else, man, because you can look out at the sea and it will give you
So we could
optical effects,
discard
and
the
it will
sea as a
float on the
horizontal
picture.
reference in itself.
It is a horizontal reference because we know the
But it
physics of
rises
the
and
thing.
falls, and
Yeah,
it
but the
has
physics of
waves
water is to
and
be flat at rest
all that
at
kind of
no
stuff
point.
that isn't horizontal. That's
Yeah,
the
but we're
point.
talking about the physics of water.
You're
The physics
you're
water.
zooming out, and you're teaching people to zoom out and go high.
No,
Look, it looks
we're
flat.
talking about physical science.
No,
We're talking about
well,
physical science.
yeah, measure it.
Yeah,
It's
well,
measured flat.
water
So
at
measure the
rest
C flat.
will be flat.
Show me how you measure the C flat to be flat, horizontal, perfectly
Yeah,
horizontal.
exactly. When I use the water to level something, it's always horizontal. Even if I
On your
mess up,
on
yeah,
your
exactly.
mantelpiece in the pot.
If I do that on my mantelpiece,
Then the
yeah,
whole
even
of
if
the
I
earth
mess
is
up
flat.
the water, listen, even if I mess up with the container and do it wrong, the water will still be flat on its surface. It doesn't matter if I mess up.
All right, I don't know, Elder Bear, if you want to say some closing arguments so we can actually open it up to new people that are in here. Go ahead if you want to finish.
I'm
You or
just
Bev,
looking for
both of y'all
that
can
piece
speak.
that we're meant to observe in nature. That we could say,
That's what
gee,
I'm
that looks
saying.
really
Yeah, water on
horizontal.
its
How could we test
surface
that?
is.
Yeah,
Now
you come
claim
in,
it's being
Mickey.
measured.
Where's your
I
rebuttal?
just
You said
told
you had
you.
something to say.
Yeah, I
This is
do, but
sea
I
level.
want to let new people kind of come in. I don't mind discussing this a lot further, but we seem to be
Yeah,
kind
I'm
of
going to bed.
holding
I
the
love you
VC
guys.
a bit hostage on
God
this point.
bless you. All.
Holding the VC a bit hostage. And you notice that Mickey doesn't want to give his point of view on it. Right? He just wants to bullshit Flatsy about stuff. Train his underlings to deploy the bullshit method, I think, of muting people so you can talk shit about whatever.
All of you Bev Earthers and
See,
Flat Earthers.
Flatsy's
Stop that,
being
Flatsy.
bigoted.
What are you doing that?
Come
I
on.
love you all.
I mean, is there
Come on
anybody
now.
really trying to get in here and speak? I'm fine
Hold
with
on.
listening to these two.
Well, I mean,
but
I'd say like I'd say you're better off with a large body of like a frozen body of water.
So somebody a nice interjection. Somebody better off with frozen
to establish maybe horizontal.
We're gonna see if we can
Really?
move it
Where's
forward.
that? Where's that then?
Yeah, brilliant. A frozen water to establish a horizontal. Brilliant idea. Stupid
Yes, but
flat Earth.
for me, law of communicating vessels wouldn't work with frozen water. I think.
RGS, we're not flat earthers. The Earth is not flat. It's people like you and these flat earthers again. The Earth is not flat. And what we're doing here is we're pointing out the flaws in people's arguments and people's logic.
Like Rob Kuhn.
You're denying that they're flat earthers. They're called 24/7 flat Earth. Right? They are definitely flat earthers. They seem to think ridiculous things. They jump to all sorts of ridiculous conclusions. They are definitely flat earthers. Are you denying that they're flat earthers? Ridiculous.
Yeah,
Where's that? We can observe. Is that the piece? Hang on. Is that the piece that was measured then in this?
Yeah, we're not gonna hang on. We're gonna see if we can move it
Is
forward.
that all
guys.
it takes, though? Seriously, guys? Just establishing a horizontal. Is that it?
Hold on.
Well, we're gonna move it forward, Bev. We want new people that think that the Earth is a globe to have a shot at seeing if they can provide evidence for that.
There you go. That's Mickey. I think this is sort of the end of me here now. Literally. I'm going to mute us. So I'm asking him, is that what they're doing? Just establishing horizontal? Is that all they think they have to do? Say, look, horizontal, therefore flat Earth. And Mickey's now saying, oh, we want somebody else to come in. When Miggy's not rebutted anything that we've said or whatever. Terrible. Well, I don't think anybody could ever falsify horizontal being able to be established, though.
Bev,
I mean,
I'm only asking this kindly.
If that is your claim that that's flat Earth.
Okay. I don't like doing that. I really don't.
He's muted me again. There you go. Me trying to establish if that's their claim.
Sometimes
But
you
we're
have to do
moving.
it.
We're moving forward.
Flatsy, by
so
the way,
we're-
you held the stage for a while. Like, well done.
All right, well, we're going to see if there's anybody else in here that wants to just bring the conversation to whether the Earth is a globe or not. So if you're in here, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth channel. Number one in the politics server, guys. And we do so because, as you see, the conversations are very provocative. And we want you guys to bring your best evidence if you think the Earth is a globe, or whatever it is, you have your idea of what you think the Earth is, and then go ahead and present your claim, then present your evidence to follow that. And we'll hear any new people that are in here. Guys, please chime in. Want you guys to engage? You have any questions?
How is anybody meant to engage?
Almost begging
Yeah.
somebody to say something so that he doesn't look like an absolute idiot for cutting you off.
Yeah, and like, what are they meant to say? Like, how could you follow any of that up? What would you be saying? Because you can't say, Miggy, I think you've made a few mistakes there. Right? I think you've misinformed Flatsy. You can't say that. You can't say, well, how is it measured flat then? Miggy, help us out. No, he wants people to talk about the globe now. I don't know how much longer this goes on for.
I am going to unmute Bev and Elder Bear. I just wanted to move the conversation forward, that's all. And give the new people a chance. Let's see, I see Dang Mang Woe in here. He said he didn't mind the conversation to continue. But if you think the Earth's a globe, Dang, this wasn't really a conversation for that. So, you think the Earth is a globe, Dang?
I do.
Okay. What evidence would you say would support that? You could say anything so long as it supports the Earth being a globe.
Bill Nye the Science Guy is a pretty cool guy, and I believe him, I think.
What evidence has he shown to you that would give you the information that it is a globe?
Bunch of pictures.
Namely, which one really convinced you? Or all of them?
The one that that didn't the one that least looked like CGI.
Which one's that, dude? Like, you're still ambiguous. Which one's that?
I don't fucking know, dude. Are they named?
I don't know, but if you have one in mind, you can post it. If not, maybe you could pull something from the internet. I don't know. You just do your best.
Just tell us about it. Just tell us about it.
Oh no! I God damn it! I wasn't here trying to affirm stuff. Right now, I'm just trying to listen.
Not a lot of people do, but I'll tell you what. If you want a couple minutes, collect your thoughts and bring some evidence. Go for it, man. I really want everybody.
I wasn't in here trying to affirm globe Earth. I think that's a fruitless endeavor because I think it's like it doesn't matter. I don't want to get into that. I do have a question for the globe or flat earthers though, or non-globe Earth or whatever.
Sure.
For what reason would like let alone people believing, right? Because I know you say like tons of people they just believe this what they're taught, all that.
Mm-hmm.
For what reason would all the people who are all these lying teachers of whatever whoever knows the truth but says otherwise, for what purpose would they be like, yeah, it's round, and we have to get them to believe it's round? Why?
Yeah, that answer would be kind of it's a loaded kind of answer, but I would say that most people just believe that the Earth is a globe based on a traditional understanding. They're not out to deceive you. Like, they're not
a traditional understanding. Like, what is that? Can anybody explain what a traditional understanding is to Miggy? Because I haven't got a clue what a traditional understanding is.
At face value, that would be Aristotelian logic for me.
Well, yeah, I would have done that. Like, yeah. But I mean, that's to you, isn't it? Like, what about someone like Miggy that, what's his traditional understanding? He's just said that all horizontals are referencing the horizontal of the Earth. The great Earth horizontal, which, I mean, is that a traditional understanding to him?
Maybe because it means that we have different traditions, I think. So this is his tradition. Okay, I have different tradition.
But he's not going to express his tradition, is he? And like RGS in the chat, who are you talking about? Like, it just like labeling people. You're as bigoted as Flatsy. RGS. In fact, is that Flatsy?
Not the boogeyman. You're like your high school teacher that taught you about earth science or whatever is not going to be telling you that.
Oh no, I mean, like, who's at the top of the team? You know what I mean? Like, at some point, there must be people, right? There must be that.
I'm a Glober.
But the thing is, mate. Listen, the thing is,
answer?
it's not why are they lying? It's obviously they're lying because you can obviously observe that the Earth's not a globe yourself, can't you?
And you can obviously observe that the Earth's not flat.
Yes, he sounds like one deck for me.
Yeah,
I
think that's one deck.
Is it one deck or
yeah.
Or was it that VB? Anyway, yeah. I mean, at the time, I was thinking, this is just like the adverts. We're going to the adverts, or just a word from our sponsor. We have to make a break from the normal production, something like that, And this conversation is preferred against what. Well, I consider it a bit more serious than this one, but they'll do this stuff all day and just nonsense talk, and and open the room and they'll entertain this.
Why I come here.
In any way, not to deal with the real stuff, and he asks, why would they lie to us? It's a common question. Why would they lie to us? And they say, well, they not everybody knows what everybody's doing, and but they're doing the same thing. It's a mirror of the same thing, where they don't want to deal with the questions, the real questions. They want to silence people. They want to shut them down, put them into exile, into a group over there, and other them, and get people to point at them and say, those dirty people over there, kind of thing, and isolate them from the community. And yeah, it's the same thing in my mind as they will say all day. Yeah, they're lying to you. They taught you all this stuff at school, and they're presenting very similar images without any backup at all, no proof. And if you ask for some evidence, some proof, nobody wants to address it. They just want to obfuscate and create more illusion. The same illusion. They said that they were let's all lead away from here. Let's walk away from this. Let's find something real and truthful. Where are we? What's our experience? What do we know? And I don't find that's where this is headed at all.
Trillion says, wow, you must not be used to real people being in here. I take it, Trillion, you're talking about the side chat? Like, I don't know whether you've noticed that we're talking about something completely different. So you are just talking about in the side chat to this particular channel, right? Is that what you came in here for, to talk to the people in the chat? Because, I mean, that could be anybody, really. Anyone. I think people understand that, right? The side chat's got absolutely nothing to do with the chat in here, really.
I do want people to jump in and Globe and Flat answer his question, just to kind of get different perspectives for the gentleman. So that's all.
So Veritas, I'm a Glober, and for anyone else, I'm a Glober. Like, why there could be reasons, and it's because knowledge is hard to acquire. Like, you do not have knowledge that the Earth is a sphere. You are told that the Earth is a sphere, and there are levels of knowledge. Like the average second grade teacher is relying on their.
So you don't have knowledge that the Earth's flat either. But, it depends who you're talking to.
12th grade knowledge to say that the Earth is a sphere. So it is always, you always have this level of education that tells you the way the world works, and that always sits above you. And only when you can get to the very top can you establish like maybe there's something more going on. But like if you're teaching second grade, you're relying on maybe your 12th grade knowledge.
What's second grade? Does anyone give us like an age range for that? Anyone?
He's talking about school system.
Yeah. Like, what is second grade and 12th grade? What's
I would
the difference between
I would
the
say
two?
7 years old would probably be second grade because my daughter's 5 and she's in kindergarten.
Right. Okay.
12th grade is about 17 or 18 years old.
So yeah, they're talking after this your first step of the trivium, right? Grammar from 0 to about 7, and then the logical process. Your brain's cognitive ability is able to reason for itself at around that second grade state. And I would say that you don't get taught anything about the globe from then on in schools. There's none of it. But modern day teaching in the last few 30 years or whatever, it might have with people like Charles and Scholar Source entering into the school system, there's a chance that there are some teachers, adults that are taking what they've learned and got triggered in these arenas into the school system. I would say so. But me, looking back, I didn't get taught anything about the globe. Nothing. And when I say taught, I mean actually taught it. People can show you pictures, but that's not them teaching you anything. You imply that for yourself.
Or your college knowledge, something that has been taught to you. You're relying on something that has been preached to you for your knowledge.
Yeah,
You're
I don't
not
mind that answer. I honestly don't mind that answer. But Dan,
I don't understand it honestly because like God damn it. All I was getting at is like there must be somebody that knows that the Earth is flat, right?
True.
But like almost maliciously espouses that it's round or whatever for some reason, right?
Well,
it's just like you would think with the amount of professions that sort of entail the Earth being round, like pilots and I don't want to get into astronauts because NASA's a whole thing, but or like ship captains and shit like that, people who who I would say circumnavigate the globe, like they must all be lying.
No,
straight retarded.
No. So they're working over the Earth. Okay, so for practical purposes,
this is right. This is Miggy now, and he's saying that people may not be lying. Well, could we say the same about Miggy? He's been in this hardcore in this flat 24/7, right, for years, and he's just told Flatsy that all of the horizontals are parallel, not to each other, but to the great horizontal of the Earth, right? Which that's a falsehood, right? Now, is Miggy lying about that?
I think he is. Sorry to say that, but I think he is.
Yeah, I would say that somebody like Flatsy that repeated it from Miggy, I would say, she might not be lying because she's been taught it and she's taken it on because to her, Miggy is the authority. But Miggy's been in this for years. He's not bothered to actually learn or practice or do any of this stuff for himself. He sat within these walls, right, and listened to people conversate about this sort of stuff. And he's still going with the great horizontal of the earth. I'd say he's lying too.
Yeah, because why I'm saying that? Because I just cannot imagine that, because it is this falsehood of this statement is so obvious that I cannot imagine that man like him cannot see that this is obvious falsehood, what he said. So, and by the way, he's contradicting what Flatzy said, because she was talking about parallel levels and horizontals, and he said that they are not. So I don't know, or maybe some kind of blackout in his mind, but I don't think so.
No, I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, and you can allow people for that, because if you've been taught it as a child before you could reason, you've been shown a globe and the teachers have said, now tell me where do you live? And and you get the people to point to the globe as a child. I mean, it's not much of an education, but that's what you get as a child. Then if you start your reasoning process and it's never mentioned from there on in, you make that yourself within the childhood mind. Well, Miggy's not doing that. He's an adult. He's talking about something and he's arguing about something that he has no practical experience in, or very, very little practical experience, and even less experience making an argument for that particular thing that he knows very little about. I'd say it's dishonest, but I mean, we've been in this for years.
The pilots and mariners don't navigate the Earth as if it were a globe, but they superimpose the math of the globe over the top of like the practical use of how they navigate across it. So if there's a plane of existence that they navigate across, they're using the idea that the Earth is a globe with math. That's the only way that it exists. Doesn't exist, and they don't negotiate over a curvature. Let's say, like, the pilot isn't saying, I know how much curvature I'm going to be traveling over. They just get in a plane, go from point A to point B, and they fly in a trajectory using a heading, and the heading using local maps and also navigational tools. So that they're not, in their mind, they believe they're flying over a globe, but they don't know that they are. Practically, they're using the Earth as it's a flat and stationary plane for practical purposes. So your average pilot wouldn't say that he's flying over a flat Earth, but he would say that for practical purposes, he's using it that way. But he's not going to tell you, yeah, I know I'm flying over a flat Earth. He's going to be like, dude, it's a globe, man. I mean, that's all what it is. But he would say, because of his altitude, he's not going to tell you that he sees a globe.
This is what I've been experienced for all of this time. The globe guys never actually say it. They never make any claims about anything. People like Miggy, like he's doing right here, he's telling you what other people will say, but in actual fact, those other people aren't saying it. Miggy's the one saying it. And it's okay for him to say that other people say it, but in reality, those other people aren't saying it. Miggy's saying it. And that's flat Earth, to my knowledge. Those flat earthers saying that other people say this stuff. I'd much rather hear the other people say it, but, well, Miggy's doing it for them.
I mean, none of them do. They really, some might, but like what I would say is, there's no confirmation in the sky that the plane flying over a top of the Earth is not a measuring device.
I mean, we all know,
if that makes any sense.
We all know global sea levels are rising, right?
Yeah, but do you understand what I'm saying, Dang? So for the case of it being coming from the mariner or the pilot, no one's saying that they're measuring the Earth in the sky or on the sea. All they're doing is traveling over the Earth as if it were a flat stationary plane. Whether it is or not, like they don't care, because some of the math that's being used, that they use, superimposes itself over the locations of the Earth. So they're using, like spherical trigonometry for one. It's not that we're saying
spherical
that math
trigonometry is Euclidean, straight lines.
Yeah. But in this case, like they would say that these triangles, that I'm only saying because of what I've been hearing with these guys, right? Not saying this is true, but this is
they don't
kind of
say
the
it,
side
though.
of their argument. Yeah, they do, Bev.
When did they say it?
Many times.
Like you're going to be the one to repeat it, but I'm not aware of any of them saying it.
You're sidebarring this conversation. It's not to you; it's to the gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
So they would say this, and what happens is they can't provide evidence that it is.
He's muted me again.
Yeah, so he's misrepresenting already some people, unknown pilots or whatever. Whoever.
Yeah, and they say spherical trigonometry does something, but I mean, spherical trigonometry, like I said to him, is entirely Euclidean, straight lines. So I don't know what they say, because if they say that spherical trigonometry uses spherical geometry, then they'd be wrong, and you would be able to call them on it. But none of them say that. And we would know. But it appears that Miggy here, he says that they say it, but I've never heard them say it. So it would be much better to actually hear them say it rather than hearing Miggy say that they say it. Because that leads you into arguing against something that possibly they didn't say. Perhaps it was just Miggy that was saying that they said it. And then you're now making an argument against something that was never said by anybody other than Miggy. Hard to tell. You've only got Miggy's word for it. And Miggy said a few things that have been blatantly wrong. He's not the sort of person I'd want speaking for me.
So they are in error. But like even that point, it doesn't matter because they. There
you go, Mr. Sparkles. I said spherical trigonometry is Euclidean. Mr. Sparkles. It's amazing how people can hear the wrong thing and completely misrepresent what's being said.
Yeah, well, just the time to learn how to listen.
Yeah, and what he's actually said, right, is spherical geometry is not Euclidean. That's just not true. Well, spherical geometry is not Euclidean. That is true. But that's just not true. Thank you very much, gods. It's a double negative. So I think you might have wrote that there. I will give you the benefit of the doubt. And spherical geometry will say you meant to say trigonometry, but then you were wrong because it is Euclidean. But if you want to come in, Mr. Sparkles, sounds familiar that. Mr. Yeah. Doesn't it, Emma? You not remember? He is one of those ones that sits in the chat and argues all of the time. So probably an old name.
He's just can still work something out in a mathematical form. So that's how it exists.
To fucking give it.
So they're not using it to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. They're just basically saying that I travel over the Earth, practically using it like a flat stationary plane.
I mean, Alfred, it's like, is it true to say, really? I mean, if you start thinking about anything like, I mean, I can't think of anything where a spinning globe Earth is taken into account in any form of anything that we do on this Earth, as in engineering, navigation.
Let's just see if Dan can respond, because I really left it open so that he can rebuttal. Dan, what do you say?
There you go. That's the end of it. I left. I was muted, and now I've been banned from that room for 2 days. I would expect that I will get banned from that room in 2 days' time again, because they don't want to hear these sort of rebuttals, right? And what they do is they send out people in the chat here to come and label us one of them when they can't take any of our arguments or rebuttals to anything. So who's a Trillion talking to? Eric DeBay's not anybody's. So, this is where we're at.
Oh, so he is arguing that spherical trigonometry is not Euclidean.
Right, okay.
So how it is not Euclidean?
Go on then, how? Yeah. Please explain, Mr. Sparkles. What about spherical trigonometry is not Euclidean? Points, straight lines, sphere. Euclidean. All Euclidean.
Or rather planes within the sphere.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is about planes.
Yeah, it's points, isn't it, though, right?
Yeah. But in planes. So internal, let's say, planes within sphere.
Mr. Sparkles, come on. We made Red's Rhetoric leave for this one as well. I bet you might think that a sphere isn't a Euclidean. I don't know whether it's Sparkles.
All right, I have to go to bed, so good night.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
See you in the paper. Yeah, Trillion. Flat Earth is it's a bit sad, really. And you don't want people to be fooled by Flat Earth, because a lot of them have been. Depends what aspects you want to take from it. If you want to think it's fun that people like Miggy are fooling people like Flatsy and other people, then, well, you might have something, you might just enjoy that sort of stuff, other people getting tricked. I don't think it's particularly good. People lying about other people, people lying to people, and then sort of people promoting this sort of falseness. I mean, we are a lot better off when we talk about reality and we can admit that the Earth is not flat. But to some people, it's hard because they imagine mountains are flat. Nathan Oakley's taught them that.
Yeah, because if it's not flat, it has to be a globe.
That's where logic comes in, right? You have the false dichotomy. If you know that the spherical globe can be proved false too, then it puts you in that position where epohe is an answer, right? You can sit in that position where you can just drop the dogma. There's nothing wrong with not accepting dogma from people. The latest bit of dogma, I think, is one of the best hopes that we have, really, is Nathan Oakley handing out that the Earth is measured flat. Because that's the obvious dogma. Right? You can literally take that out of the equation now. That's an obvious dogma. They're not going to come up with any explanation on how they provide it, give us a method for what they're doing, because it just won't come. We've been trying. I don't know who else there is for us to ask how it's done. I mean, I didn't think that Whitsitt went along with this, but somebody said today, if somebody can check that, does Whitsitt also agree that the Earth is measured flat? Because if he does, then he's another person that we'll have to ask how he imagines it being that way.
Yeah. Let's see if I've got. I did. I think he said it was. Well, I consistently asked him how he measured it flat, and he said it was. Eventually, he said it was with planar surveying.
Oh, right. I hope it's not because Nathan Oakley or one of Nathan Oakley's boys stole a bit of content about me asking somebody whether 11 was curved or not. I hope that's not his evidence. So yeah, has he said it then? Does Whitsitt also agree that the Earth is measured flat? Because I've never talked to Whitsitt, and that would be a good conversation for us to have if he said it. I've never heard him say it, so I can't. I can't ask people about that. I know that Jaron said that straight lines curve in a circle. Measure flat by using plane surveying. Right. But that wasn't what was not recorded, or was it on the
No, it was just something in the chat that he'd replied to me.
Oh no, Godzilla says, yeah, he agrees it's measured flat in the Earth Awakenings Discord today. He said it's measured flat by using plane surveying.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he'd replied to me.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, I captured it somewhere. Yep. I'll just pop it in the chat where he'd messaged me with it.
Right, yeah, well, that's another one. Then I'll have to go and have a chat with Whitsitt. Does he go anywhere else? Or just at Earth Awakenings?
Generally where he is. He did do his the after show, just put in the chat. He did it in the after show, did the after show of space audits when he did that with PhD Tony, that debate last week. He was chased up, but he appeared in the chat today when I was asking them about how it was measured flat, and also about solving the triangle in celestial navigation, which they said
So,
they just claimed
is Mr. Sparkles a flat earther?
Plane survey.
The Earth is effectively flat. What? It's not, though, Mr. Sparkles. We can definitely tell that the Earth is not flat. Isn't that weird? we can definitely measure that the Earth is not flat, Mr. Sparkles. Come on now. You can't be disguising yourself as a flat earther. You give yourself away there, mate. Yeah, Trillion, I'd say that the surveyors, there's no surveyors are going to say that the Earth's measured flat. It's a ridiculous statement. I've had a word with Whitsitt about it. I've had a word with Nathan Oakley about it, and they all agree that surveyors measure it flat. They've never talked to a surveyor. The only evidence they've got is a video that I made about 5 years ago where I asked the guy about level. Ridiculous. They're going to try and present it to surveyors that they measure the Earth flat. And if Whitsitt's going along with it, it's going to be funny.
Yeah, I've been trying to get him to commit to it in one way or another for quite some time. And today he said, "Oh, you the elder bear who's been spamming me in my chat on YouTube." And so I just asked you, how you measure the Earth flat. That's all. And then he wants to know. He's trying to connect my name to this bear to Owen Benjamin. And I said, I don't. I've heard his name, but I never heard him speak. It was nothing. It's nothing to do with that. I was baptized by Nathan Oakley, and it seemed fitting that I should use it. I was just trying to find if it goes back that far to get the chats. But he avoided for several questions. He tried to get me to justify lack of curvature, or he was going to disengage with me. He wasn't going to talk to me anymore. And then I said, all I'm asking, I said, I've listened to a lot of you. I've listened to a lot of your stuff, and but I never heard any proof. And now there's a claim, and I was just looking for the proof. So why can't you just answer that question? And that's what he wrote. I dropped in the chat. That was the commitment. I also got Alan of Space Audits to do the same a couple of weeks ago. To say he stood by it. He stood by that the Earth was measured flat, but without any description about how that was done. Well, he did. He pointed. There's another guy called Man of Stone, and he pointed me to some videos, and it was to do with a pilot and the runway. So it wasn't on the Earth. It was trying to prove that the Earth was flat because the runway was at a certain elevation. I didn't bother to look at it because it was. Yeah, I said, so you measure the Earth from the sky. How did you do that? Watch the video. It's all there. What does the pilot say? And I thought, that doesn't make any sense. There's no point watching that because it's not even on the Earth. So Peter was over there, but he never.
Yeah, I saw that. He
raised a voice.
Yeah, somebody was saying, "Go on, Peter, go and talk to him." And
well, I messaged earlier. He wasn't there. I says, "Where are you? Where's Peter the Glober?" He said he was going to make Oakley his beach.
And Yui said, "I would, but I've been muted."
Well, he jumped in, Yui, and he started. He asked Oakley to
Black Swan.
Can you? Yeah, can you describe the Black Swan? Yes, and then he was immediately muted. Yeah,
because he knew the fallacious modus tollens. I mean, Yui knows that, and I think Nathan knows that Yui knows that. So
yeah,
he didn't want him to ask him that because.
Yeah, it was a mess, and it was really. I guess if you listen to it, it was really messy and very argumentative, and Oakley was doing his narcissistic bullying people, and then when he was called out for it, he was going, "Oh, you're people are bullying me," and blaming everybody else for him bullying them, as he does. And he was muted, and he was really upset about being muted. And I said, "Yeah, now you know what it feels to be just one of the simple people who gets kicked out and shut up, because he he was abusing people, and I think, well, Wits was in the, when we had Witsy in the chat, I said, you know, I was in the room when Oakley was here the first time, and he said the Earth is measured flat, and you agreed with him and you bowed to him, and he called himself Alpha. So, you know, you accept him as your leader. And he said, "What are you talking about? I accept him as my leader." I said, "Well, they're my opinions from what I see going on, and you agree with him, and you didn't challenge him, and I saw, and he had you on his stream on his YouTube, and just humiliated you." He did, you know. He told him to, you know, yeah, he humiliated him over the Geron proof of science stuff a while back, and then a little while later, Witsit came in the room and started to moderate. And I like to think it was because I challenged him to say, you know, you know, you just bow down to him. Maybe not, but yeah, he called Oakley out and said, yeah, he was being a bully, and that's not the way they do things there. They didn't say bully, but that's not the way they do things, abusing people, and that they, you know, they should leave if they didn't like it. Adam was whining in the background. And he just came, yeah, he did this little speech, and I said, "You sound just like a politician. You know, just justifying this stuff and having the people, you know, as if he was untouchable. That kind of politician's thing, you know, they say this stuff and justify their murderous actions, and it was just like that." And then I said that, I said, "Oh, you sound like a politician," and Oakley jumps on it like, ad hom, and somebody said, "Oh, you know, you go on about me and somebody's ad hom me," just because it wasn't even him, it was, you know, "You sound like a politician," was like, you know, an abusive thing. So, you know, and I kept calling him out, you know, "So is this your leader? Listen to this guy, you know, the way he treats you and shouts at people, and, you know, you'll mute us, but you don't mute him. He's the one doing it. You know, he's the one. But you know, you don't ever call him out." And he and they're the leaders, and they're teaching people how to perform. This is the way to do it. Shout at people, put them down, you know. And he said, and he was acting like it. He said it was, you know, it was his production, you know, and he would do what the hell he liked. If people didn't like it, they shouldn't be there. And I said, "Well, it's Earth Awakening server. It's not even yours. What are you talking about?" It's yeah. He did ruffle a lot of feathers there, but you know, he seems to just you know, brush it off and yeah, not care at all. It's interesting, you know, observing that and thinking about how he considers himself, in a sense that it's a bit like water off a duck's back. Yeah. Yeah, and he's got no humility. he can't, you know, apologize or say, "Oh yeah, look, I'm sorry, I was just a bit passionate." Yeah, what a mess. Yeah, what a mess. Yeah, luckily all this stuff's here. I can go back and get hold of the stuff, this little stuff I had with Witsit.
I think Emma's talking to Trillian. Trillian's bringing FE chat into the chat and then saying FE chat. But Trillian, you're the one that's bringing it. Like, I would say that you're the flat earther there, Trillian, because you're encouraging the flat earth conversation. You're bringing it. Don't bring flat earth conversation and then say everybody's talking about flat earth when it's just you. Everybody seems to get triggered by it. And I know it is International Women's Day. Is it Women's Day?
Yep.
International Women's Day. So seems like you women have been doing your thing.
I missed
Yes,
this
Trillion,
little.
I'm not a flat earther. I don't know how many times you have to say these sort of things to people. Yes, definitely not a flat earther, because it's definitely not flat. The flat earthers get really obsessed and upset at us. We've just gone over a video today where they get upset with us, Trillion. Yes. It's not flat.
Will allow you to take the label of a flat earther and hang out here, Trillion.
So mirror flashes and long distance observations, including infrared. That's another of Whitsitt's methods. How did you do it? I said.
Yeah, lasers over water.
Yeah, mirror flashes and long distance observations. But
oh, mirror flashes, yeah. Well, we've done laser waving. It doesn't make the Earth flat. It just doesn't. You can't flash a light in a mirror.
No.
And make the Earth flat. I mean, no.
No, that's not a measurement, is it?
No, definitely not.
It's not a tool for measuring at all. And I would say, using lasers is a weak argument to bring against anyone, because they're going to bring
especially
refraction.
over water.
Yeah,
right.
Refraction,
I mean, they'll tell you.
Yeah.
You don't use laser surveying equipment over water. It's just, you can't do it. In fact, we had a story about one group of surveyors that actually their employers made them use these laser levels, and they were doing a job over water, and it took them 4 or 5 times longer than it should have done, because it's just hella inaccurate using lasers over water. So makes the job harder. There are other ways of doing it. What shape is Earth? Whatever shape you want to make it. It's just dirt. Like,
who said it had to have a shape?
I don't know why people are obsessed with shape. I mean, surely if you learn geometry, you should be able to tell. In fact, we've got one. I've got a definition just for people like you, Trillion. We get it. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat for you. It says, since there is no geometric shape that is a perfect descriptor for the whole of reality, we here at On the Level define the whole of reality to have a non-geometric shape called a globe. Therefore, you can feel safe in the knowledge that pointing to anything within nature at a distance from you can result in the statement, "'Tis globe." So there you go. A non-geometric shape called a globe. You won't find it in any geometric textbooks. The globe. Because it's a non-geometric shape. It differs from a sphere and a cube, pyramid and stuff like that, because they are geometric shapes. A globe is a non-geometric shape. Now, the spheroid, the spherical object, can be falsified. Trillion. That can be falsified. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Sparkles, it's definitely not flat. Again, agreed. Can we agree 'tis globe? Use the scientific method. Okay, what's your observed phenomena, Trillion? I'll play this game with you. Scientific method. What's your observed phenomena? You need a sufficient cause in order to do science. So, what's the observed phenomena?
Awareness of logic.
Well, let's play, Trillion. Step up. Come on stage. Use the scientific method. Okay. Game on. Accepted. What's the observed phenomena? I would say you could look at the land outside and say it's not flat. How about that? The observed phenomena is that it's not flat.
I disagree. Because the land isn't doing anything to be a phenomena.
What do you mean it's not doing anything?
Well, if you just look out at the dirt's not doing anything to cause an effect.
Well, it's not an effect. We're talking about the science of the shape of the Earth, aren't we? That's what we're talking about. That's what Trillion wants to talk about.
It sounds like I'm just trying to take Trillion's place, if I'm being honest, because he's a coward. But whatever.
Like I've said it, Trillion. I would make an observation that it's not flat. So there you go. We're doing science. Where do we go from there? Come on, you've got to have more of a part of this. So do you need to verify that it's not flat? Would you do some sort of scientific experiment to prove that it's not flat? Like measuring a vertical distance on the vertical datum, establishing differing elevations. That way we could definitely prove it's not flat. Okay, what's the evidence? That it's not flat? Like a picture, or maybe a measurement, like I said, on the vertical datum. Either way, I think what you'd have to do, Trillion, you would have to be prepared to accept a contradiction. You may already have done it. It's been observed from orbit. Really, by you? Or are you just taking it as a part of your dogma? Because it's got to be dogma, right? If you've never experienced it for yourself, you're just accepting dogma that it has been observed. How me the part of the scientific method that says I have to perform every test and make every other observation. You're not accepting my dogma. What's my dogma, Trillion? That it's not flat. Wow. You must be a flat earther then. If you think that the fact that I'm telling you it's not flat and we can measure it not flat on the vertical datum, if you think that is dogma, then, well, take it for yourself. Go and measure it yourself. This sounds like flat earth rhetoric you're using here, Trillian. Do we agree that you could establish an elevation change to know for a fact that it's not flat? It's more inclusive, Mr. Sparkles. This is the most inclusive definition of Tis globe that there is. It's definitely not geometric, right? I think we can all agree on that. All of the evidence that shows it's not flat, Trillian. Yes. You do realize you can't call images evidence. It's just imagination. It's the only place images are, and especially like today. Ooh. You can't trust any images. This is 2024. Mr. Sparkles, nighttime. Therefore, what conclusion are you going to have for that? Lights in the sky do not prove the shape. Definitely not geometric. Yeah, Trillian, we've got proofs in reality, right? We can prove this globe, the real globe. Anything within reality must go and help to prove the real globe. Deny what? Reality is easily provable. Things in reality are provable, Trillian. There's nothing to deny. I can prove the real globe, yes. Trillian, Bev, can prove the real globe by proving things within reality. And those things within reality must be on the real globe. Yes, Trillian, look. A globe is a non-geometric shape. You're beginning to sound like a flat earther. Not understanding what we're telling them. It's so strange. It's so strange. Imagine you've come to 2024, right? That you're talking and discussing reality with adults. And they're literally having a meltdown. Can't realise that, like, tis globe.
We don't know that Trillian's an adult. It's a very adolescent
Trillian's
way
been in this
of
even longer than you have, probably, Rob.
Oh no, I'm the longest running flat earther out there.
No, Trillian's chat, what you call them, Flat Earth Society. They're everywhere. They've had a keener eye on the flat Earth than you.
I will say the Flat Earth Society has been around longer than me.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Trillian's
you got me beat,
definitely
Bev.
got more eyes on flat Earth than you have. Trillian's been around for ages. Must be bored of following Nathan Oakley around, because Nathan Oakley's saying some stupid shit. But Trillian's not bothered about that sort of stuff. Trillian wants to come over here because we can prove the real globe. And it upsets Trillian. Yeah, isn't it weird that Emma's in here, Trillian? You'll just be everywhere else, right, Trillian? How many other things have you got open? How many other flat Earth channels are you watching? And who was it? Which flat earther was it that you imagined? I think it's been quite clear that you've got your false dichotomy, right? You've got the flat Earth and the globe Earth, and they go backwards and forwards. You've got people like Nathan Oakley, and then you've got your other people, and then you have people like Trillian that just hang around in the chats. They never quite brave enough to step out of the chat to come and have a conversation, formulate an argument, a discussion, a dialectic about anything. Can't do it. Well, yeah, false dichotomy. It is quite obvious that this ridiculous flat Earth stuff, it's hindering conversation, because you know all of these people, they've always been around for ages. Well, you don't get that much credit, Trillian. Like, you have been around for a long time. You and well, I don't know. How many accounts do you have, or like you have plenty of partners to help you in your messing about in chats about this sort of stuff. But I've sort of had enough of it. But I mean, obviously, people are still new to this arena, and they still need to be their eyes need to be open to exactly what's going on in this arena. And I think there isn't much better people than us to explain that sort of stuff. Simply. Because once your eyes have been opened and once you see it, you begin to see it for yourself. Maybe that's our job. Just to open people's eyes to certain things. Yeah, he does. He means globe. It is globe. We all mean globe. The use of words. I even put it on the screen here. Look, if you wanna read it, there's the globe defined on the level. Check it out. His globe. Get a t-shirt for it, just so everybody knows. Team Real Globe. Different. The real globe is definitely not flat. How about that? For a t-shirt. How could you get shut down for misinformation? Like, why are you guys coming round here? I mean, that you seem to be the ones that are handing out misinformation. We're just saying 'tis globe, and you guys are trying to say that's not globe. I mean, that's crazy. Yep. Paige has got it. My tis globe has level horizontal water levels. And well, I'd just say that water levels in reality, like as they do on tis globe, they establish a horizontal plane of reference locally. Who it was? Is he still around? Yeah. Is this your double team? Is Sparkles your fella, Trillion? Is that why you've come round? Because Mr. Sparkle's been given a contract to come round here again. Brings Trillion with him. There you go. There's Bever's for you. That's Flatsy's put that. I mean, I say the Earth is definitely not Bev. The Earth is definitely not flat. Everyone knows 'tis globe. I'm gonna have to do an intro, aren't I? Something like that. Kumu virus. We're talking about the Earth not being flat, and some ridiculous claims of flat earthers that say it's measured flat, and we say it's definitely measured not flat. And Flatsy earlier today, Flatsy, the super chat, QE's super chat girl. Well, she's decided to become the leading bigot for 24/7 and develop this new idea of Bev Earther, which we all know the Earth is definitely not Bev. No, you'll have to go back to the beginning of Kumu virus. Listen to what Flatsy was saying. Yep. Hello. That won't work, Trillion. That's pretty bad. You're just giving me another chance to add to the tally for me to say I'm not a flat earther. Never have been a flat earther. Never will be a flat earther because I know the Earth is not flat. For certain. I have plenty of proofs. The Earth not being flat is just one of them. You want to come and have a discussion about it? Mr. Sparkles. Now, this is how bad we get when we're doing this, right? When we say everyone knows 'tis globe, Mr. Sparkle says, no, Bev, you don't mean globe at all. Well, what does globe, what does 'tis globe mean? Be trying to trick people with linguistics. How could you trick people with linguistics? Yep. We all agree that the Earth isn't flat. Yes. And everyone knows 'tis globe. They don't know how they know it, but I mean, everybody knows it. And what's up with that? Oh, who is he fighting, Mike? I missed that. The one that went, was it 12 rounds with?
He was trained by Tyson. Who did he fight the last time? And Garner, did he fight Fury?
Yeah, it was Fury.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now he's up with Joshua. I won't tell you the answer.
Mike's just said he's just been KO'd.
Yeah, he's just not.
Good weekend, everybody. I have to go.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
I appreciate you.
So that was Anthony Joshua.
Yeah.
Early round number, do you know?
Round two. Second round, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not looking good
damn.
for Fury, that is it? Or maybe was it a show for the Emirates?
It's all. Yeah, I don't know. All that heavyweight division seems quite fabricated, really. Don't know how Fury won his last one, really, but there's big money. Josh, I don't really rate Joshua much particularly, but there's big money in those big meetups, isn't there? And they're all doing it in Riyadh, and all the sheikhs are making big money, putting on a big show there. And
well, didn't Fury say he was going to go over there, or was that where
he's there? He's there, yeah.
Oh right.
He was there with Parker, who was fighting Yang, Chinese guy. I missed the end of that. Who I don't know who won. I think perhaps Parker won on points. Would look like it on the card, but yeah. And Fury had a cut, so he missed the music fight was put back. Fury's meant to meet music, which will be interesting.
Brutal. It might be worth watching then.
Yeah, if he meets music, it will be. And Joshua just
Good
sort
night, Emma.
Joshua's sort of pointing a gun at Fury, sort of his fingers like as a gun shoot,
Kumu virus. I don't know whether you've noticed, Kumu, but we've always said that the Earth is not flat. Always. Just because you've never been in and had a conversation with us about it. Just maybe because you don't understand how reality works and proofs work. Everyone knows 'tis globe. Why are you guys so obsessed? I've never seen so many obsessed people about the shape of the Earth, right? I'm pretty sure there are other things that people should be better off doing. Like we've been here gathering our proofs of reality and, discussing things, learning, developing arguments, a way to communicate with people, better rhetoric, better understanding. If you really want to get involved, come in and have a conversation. These modern times with ChatGPT and all of that, you can never tell what you're talking to with anyone. I mean, you could just literally be putting a conversation in to ChatGPT and copy and pasting it, writing it here. Who would we know? You can't tell. The only way you're going to be able to tell is to come in and communicate verbally. Computers won't be able to handle verbal communication. They'll try really hard, but I mean, there's too many contradictions built into logic, computer logic. It can't do human logic. All right. If anybody's got anything you want to do for finishing off, any of you guys in the chat got anything you want to say? Pop in, join the chat, come in the Discord. Always the best way to communicate. Much better than YouTube chat. I don't feel you can communicate that well through YouTube chats. You're better off actually coming in for a conversation if that's what you want. Hopefully, Trillion, yes, I will still be here in 6 years. But who knows? There's some people who we have lost on the way that aren't here, or they're not around. So, I would consider myself lucky if I was still here in 6 years. I could consider the internet lucky if it's still around here in 6 years, to be honest. Right, anybody got any requests? What's that? I think everywhere it needs to come out.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for watching. It is the weekend. This weekend is Sean O'Malley, UFC. Saturday night. Come and join us. Come and have a chat. And see you on Monday. Another Canadian. And pop into the Discord. Have a Canadian off. Yeah, see you Monday. Thanks for joining. Assumption number 1. A vertical is a straight line.
That's okay. Make the same assumption. A vertical is a straight line.
Horizontal is perpendicular to it. Right, okay. Yeah. And horizontal is a plane.
In every case, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. It's a really big ball. Okay. In every case.
And all perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball to a horizontal plane, not to all horizontal planes. That's the problem.
No. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball.
Yeah.
That would be true, but only one of those verticals is a plumb line. Okay, here we go. Bear with me for a second. I'll figure this out. Sea level is an arc. It's a really big ball. Mean sea level is an arc.
Mean sea level is a point. It's an average on a vertical. It can't be an arc.
Oh my God. Mean sea level. Oh my God. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. Then yes, horizontals would be parallel to each other, but not planar. I don't think you understand it. Parallel to each other, but not planar. Yes, you check it. How big is a cloud, Bev? Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball? It's a really big ball. There's no hump in space, Bev. Yes, you check it. If you're at sea level, that is falling away from a horizontal. It's falling away from you in every direction. You're standing on top of a ball.
Water levels don't fall away, though. We know how water flows.
Sure they do.
No, we know how water flows.
Horizontal, sure they do. And Rockia's bridge proved it. Oh my God. 90 feet. You stand in the center of that bridge, either end of it is falling away from you by 90 feet. There's no hump.
So you're standing on the hump.
Oh my God. There's no hump.
But you just said that it's falling away at either side.
There's no hump.
Of course you're on the hump.
Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball?
With you standing at the top of the hump.
There's no hump. Any point on it. On the side of it.
You standing on the side of a ball.
on a ball, Bev. Standing on the earth, Bev. It's a really big ball. On a ball, Bev, on the side of it. No, they'll always show it horizontally.
I know.
There's no need to show it. We know it's curved. There's no hump.
What?
It's a really big ball. There's no point in going to the trouble of drawing a curve that you can't even see, Bev. There's no hump.
It's horizontal.
It's a really big ball. Oh my God. No, it's curved, Bev.
No, there's no curve to a horizontal.
In reality, elevations are curved. Are you trying to say that you can have other lines that are perpendicular to that horizontal plane? I will say absolutely you can. Not a one of them meets the description of vertical.
Vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal.
So
no, they would meet that description.
No, Deb, not by the definition that vertical is a plumb line. Yes, you check it. I don't think you understand it. I know what you were doing, and it doesn't. I don't care what you were doing. I don't think you understand it. Absolutely, the two plumb lines tilt away from each other. Really big ball. Yes, you check it. Well, let's think about that, Bill. Those plumb lines are always diverging. Always. It's irrefutable. Yeah, that's the way you do a chart. If horizontals are perpendicular to verticals, what do you think? I think I destroyed you is what I think. It's a really big ball.
There's no curvature in a horizontal blue.
Oh yeah, there it is. It shows the diverging verticals because of the measurement of the reciprocal zenith angles. It is as clear as day and it's irrefutable. That's the end of that story. Horizontals are not parallel. Verticals are not parallel. In reality, elevations are curved. Those verticals are not parallel. They cannot be. I'm not going along with it then. Nope.